Peace, 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 peace. Peace, love, and bliss to all that are going to tune into this small channel. Trying to build up my channel right now. And hopefully I'll be able to, um, get this channel transferred over to all of my business services, all of the courses I offer, so on and so forth. That is my goal. And I wanted to go over a little bit of information. We're going to start with the conflict of conviction. And this story is coming from the conflict of conviction is the reprisal of Quaker involvement in America. The reprisal of Quaker involvement in America, right? We're going to go over some other things as well. We're going to start with this real quick. I'm going to do a book read, going over the information. Maybe I should let you guys hear everything that's in the book because we won't be going over the entire book, but you can at least get the information here, right? So let's go.
Digitized by the Internet Archive in 2023 with funding from Kala/Austin Foundation ho/archive.org/details/conflict-of-convico 000 Forward Bill Introduction 11 Part 1, Individual Contribution and Conflict Chapter 1, Thomas Paine and the Ideology of the American Revolution Chapter 2, The Fighting Quaker, Nathaniel Green's Conflict of Conviction 35 Illustrations 57 Part 2, Community Conflict and Resolution Chapter 3, Quakerism, Patriotism and Transformation in the Valley Forge Community, 1684 to 1778-67. Chapter 4, The Lamb's War Ethic of the Free Quakers 101 Appendices, Addresses, Correspondence and 18th Century Membership of the Free Quakers 135. What of Neos Se and Yoetate Gurn? At the time of the American Revolution, Quakerism with its strong pacifist testimony was one of the leading religious persuasions in the American colonies. The religious, social, and political ideals of the Society of Friends, especially as exemplified in the colony of Pennsylvania, played a significant role in the thinking of the time. Already by the middle of the 18th century, Pennsylvania Quakers had gone from rags to riches, from the poverty of the settlement years to the affluence produced by the rich land of the colony on the one hand, and the opportunities of imperial trade on the other. Thus the world was exerting a strong pull on the spiritual domain of the meeting house, and provoked among young and old alike a conflict of conviction as to whether or not to participate in the revolutionary movement. William Cosheta's chapter on the Valley Forge community underscores this pattern of events as well as the diverse response of Friends to the cause of American independence, a result of their conflict of conviction. Despite their religious rearing, many Friends were carried into the actual conflict, often thus impelled by their interpretation of their inherited idealism. The author demonstrates that such revolutionary leaders as Thomas Paine and General Nathaniel Greene, as well as the founders of the Free Quaker Society, were influenced in their thinking and way of life by their Quaker education. The most significant contribution in this collection of essays, however, is Cosheta's reappraisal of the Free Quaker movement. The term Free Quaker evokes for many the image of a group of people who betrayed one of the cardinal testimonies of historical Quakerism. For others it evokes the concept of people who had the courage to stand for their conviction as to the right action under the leading of the inner light. This difference of opinion is illustrative of the conflict between individual leading and group guidance, which has historically presented disciplinary problems for the Society of Friends. Little extensive research has been done on the Free Quakers in the 2 centuries since their emergence. The only account of their history was published at the end of the last century by Charles Wetherill, a descendant of the founder of the Free Quaker movement, Samuel Wetherill, Jr. Cosheta's chapter on the Free Quakers breaks new ground by re-examining not only their emergence, but also by investigating the basic motives of those who participated in the movement. The author has been aided in his thoughtful analysis by the appearance of the letters of Samuel Wetherill, Jr., which were recently acquired by the Friends Historical Library of Swarthmore College. The Society of Friends viewed the failure of many Quakers to maintain the peace testimony as indicated in the discipline, and outlined in subsequent official statements, as a rejection of true Quakerism. The author clearly demonstrates, however, that many of those who became free Quakers held strong religious convictions as basic to their action, and that they believed their convictions were soundly based on early Quaker history. It is interesting to note that, in some aspects, notably the absence of a disciplinary provision for disownment, the practice of the free Quakers foreshadows that of the present-day Society of Friends. Arthur J. McKeel, author The Relation of the Quakers to the American Revolution. Since Arthur J. McKeel published The Relation of the Quakers to the American Revolution in 1979, most of the research that has been completed on Friends in the Revolutionary era has emphasized their adherence to pacifism or the Society's attempt to reform its membership to honor that principle. These studies have reinforced the popular misconception that all Quakers, historically, have been absolutely against war and participation in civil government during a time of war, their identifying feature being the peace testimony. Even among Friends themselves there is a great misunderstanding of the complexity of the issues involved in the peace testimony, many having elevated that principle to an almost universally accepted creed. This collection of essays attempts to address that misconception by bringing a new understanding of the diversity and complexity of the Quaker involvement in the American Revolution and by shedding new light on the personal, theological, and moral dilemmas as well as sacrifices many Friends experienced in their decision to comply with the war effort. The first essay, on Tom Paine and the Ideology of the American Revolution, examines the intellectual contribution to the revolution made by a founding father who was genuinely Quaker in his personal convictions. The depth of Paine's commitment to Quakerism as well as his adaptation of those values to the Whig principles of the time period are reflected in Common Sense, the pamphlet that mobilized popular support for the American Revolution. Nathaniel Greene's contribution to the War for Independence, the topic of the second essay, was more militant in nature and more personally devastating than Paine's. Caught between his devotion to Quaker principles and strong feelings of patriotism, the Rhode Island Friend emerges as a tragic hero. By going to war, Greene paid the price of membership in the society for a violation of his own internalized values. His recurrence to Quakerism, in his personal associations and form of worship, along with the resurgent self-doubt over the righteousness of his participation in the war serve as testimony to the spiritual crisis the New England Quakers suffered throughout the Revolution. Greene's experience was, indeed, a conflict of conviction. While these two essays address the personal involvements of individual Quakers in the Revolution, the third and fourth essays deal with the social and spiritual dynamics of two Quaker communities as they confront the challenges to their lifestyles brought on by the war. The Quaker community of Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, had a mixed reception to the American Revolution since there was a broad spectrum of compliance and non-compliance with the war effort among its members. This diversity of response can be attributed to the permissiveness in matters of religious discipline that evolved among Pennsylvania Friends nearly a half-century before the Revolution itself. By 1777, when the Continental Army set up a winter encampment in their environs, the distinctions between Patriot and Quaker had become sufficiently blurred for the Valley Friends and, in some cases, those terms were even synonymous. The experience of this Quaker community reinforces the complexity of the Friends' involvement in the Revolution. Finally, the fourth essay praises the motivation of the Free Quakers in establishing a religious body independent of the Society of Friends. This group, which has long been considered a band of social deviants by many historians, genuinely believed their compliance with the war effort to be consistent with the Lamb's War ethic of the early Quakers. By following the example of the first Friends, the Free Quakers gave testimony to the righteousness of the American Revolution. Most of the essays in this collection were first published as brief articles in 1984, 1986, and 1987 in Quaker History and the Valley Forge Historical Journal. But through the counseling of others, I became convinced that a more comprehensive treatment of Quakers who were involved in the American Revolution was needed. The topic of this study was first suggested to me by Hugh Barber of Earlham College and was nurtured by Professors William G. McLaughlin, Donald M. Scott and Gordon S. Wood during my work on a master's degree at Brown University. The fruition of this project, however, could not have taken place without the constant guidance of Arthur J. McKeel, former editor of Quaker History, and Michael Zuckerman of the University of Pennsylvania. Both encouraged my efforts along the way, reading and rereading the various drafts of the manuscript and offering their constructive counsel. Special thanks are due to the staff members of the Quaker Collection at Haverford College, the Friends Historical Library at Swarthmore College, the Manuscript Department at the Historical Society of Pennsylvania, the Rhode Island Historical Society and the Newport Historical Society for their ready assistance. Research was made possible through grants provided by the history divisions of Independence National Historical Park, Valley Forge National Historical Park and the Episcopal Academy. When one works on a project for nearly a decade, a number of personal debts also accumulate. Mine begin with my parents, Balbina and William, and my students at the Riverdale Country School, Abington Friends School and the Episcopal Academy. Their enthusiasm for learning, their example of giving their best effort and the warmth of their spirits challenged me to strive for excellence as a teacher and writer. Hugh Barber, Peter Klein, and Randall Schrock, my mentors at Earlham College, cultivated a passion for history in me and encouraged me to continue that passion in graduate school. I am also grateful to Helen and Richard Femino, my surrogate parents in Rhode Island, who were responsible for keeping me at Brown during some rather trying times and for enhancing my interest in their native New England. During the years that I have worked on this project, I benefited greatly from discussing my ideas with Sarah and Charles Northrop, the best friends a person could have, and Joan and David Dutcher, chief historians with the National Park Service. Their forthright criticism and advice has manifested itself in the numerous revisions of my work. Above all, I am indebted to my wife, Jackie. Although she is a scientist by profession, she understands the historian's unyielding desire for a monastic lifestyle when he is engaged in research. Without her patience, support, and love, my dream of writing a book would never have come true. Philadelphia, PA, August 1989. Chapter I. Thomas Paine and the Ideology of the American Revolution. The publication of Thomas Paine's Common Sense in January 1776 mobilized public support for the principles of the American Revolution. Paine's pamphlet clearly articulated the already existing, but latent, values of the Republican ideology in American society, the sacrifice of individual interests to the greater good of the whole, an ambivalent combination of equality of opportunity and equality of condition, a distrust for power and the necessity to control it, and a conviction of the natural and inalienable rights of men. The immediate influence of this Republican ideology on the thought of American revolutionaries has been attributed to the writings of the Commonwealthmen. 2. However, the identification of the Protestant dissenting tradition, among the broader influences of the ideology, has encouraged some historians to suggest that Quaker thought played a crucial role in the formation of American ideals. 3. Effective proof of such an assertion has remained elusive, however, since any direct impact on the political climate of 1776 Philadelphia appears to be negated by the Society of Friends' opposition to involvement in political affairs and its uncompromising stance on pacifism. 4. Moreover, an ideological connection can be indicated if a founding father were proven to be sincerely Quaker in his thought, but, to date, none has been identified. 5. In this respect, the socio-religious thought of Thomas Paine has been overlooked as evidence of a Quaker influence on the ideology of the American Revolution. Although his Quaker upbringing is an established fact, the problem of Paine's Quakerism, with regard to its impact on the ideology of the American Revolution, is a very complex one. Copyright. The identification of such an influence is difficult to prove, not only because most of Paine's correspondence and autobiographical materials, providing insight for his thought, were accidentally destroyed by fire over a century ago. 7. But also, in order to depict Paine in his entirety requires a knowledge of revolutionary America, England, and France, as well as a familiarity with 18th century science, theology, and political thought. Accordingly, The current purpose is not to negate those other strands of thought by proposing an exclusively Quaker influence on Paine's ideology, but rather to suggest that Quaker thought and not the deism that influenced his writing in later years was the predominant strain of influence on Paine's ideology during his first years in America. Quakerism, which arose in England during the religious upheaval of the Cromwellian period in the middle of the 17th century, was based on the fundamental doctrine of that of God in every man, or the inner light. This conviction maintains that the relation between Christ and man is an organic one. Accordingly, all human beings are aware of their common relation to one God and, hence, to each other. 8. This religious concept, combined with a pragmatic stress on the ethical principles recorded in the scriptures, produced a strong sense of social responsibility among the Quakers. This social and ethical consciousness resulted in 3 distinct social testimonies which became distinguishing marks of the early Quaker movement as well as of the Society of Friends subsequently. The most prominent of these testimonies is the peace testimony, announced as early as 1660. The early Quakers believed that through an appeal to the inner light in all men the pride and vanity and greed which were the cause of war would be eliminated. Consequently, the Friends refused both the payment of war taxes and conscription into the militia. This strong adherence to pacifism was unique among all other 17th and 18th century nonconformist sects, earning the Quakers, at various times, either the silent respect.
That's in the chat, Priscilla and the brother. Peace, peace, peace to my loves. So why would the Quakers be opposed to the war if they were the ones that were coming over here with the people helping to assist them set everything up? Would they be the ones that were opposed to the war if this was for their benefit? If everything was for the benefits of these particular Quakers to take over, to rule, we look at all these titles and names that they give people so you don't know who's who. But thinking about this, we're going to get into this later, but just think about that. Why would they be opposed to the war? Why would they want to set up militia groups and so on and so forth? Very questionable, right? Am I right? You with me?
Or the condemnation of the ruling government. The second testimony, that of equality, was founded on the premise that every human being, regardless of race, sex, or religion, possesses the same inner light, thus making all persons equal in the eyes of God. This conviction manifested itself in the equal role of women in the ministry and subsequently in the anti-slavery activities of the Friends as well as in their support of women's involvement in social reform. Consequently, the Society of Friends became a pioneer in the abolition of slavery and in the struggle for women's rights. Finally, the Quaker testimony on simplicity involved a direct witness to the world against self-love and vanity. Simplicity was illustrated by the adoption of plain dress, the use of the plain language and the utilitarian education which young Friends received. These socio-religious convictions were expressed in the Quakerism of the generations of both Thomas Paine and his father, although the respective environments of these two Quaker generations were distinctly different. Paine's father, Joseph, grew up under the last vestiges of the early evangelizing Quaker movement, which still bore marks of the prophetic fervor of the first generation. 19 Thomas, however, was a product of the subsequent. Paine's father, simplicity was illustrated by the adoption of plain dress, the use of the plain language and the utilitarian education which young Friends received. These socio-religious convictions were expressed in the Quakerism of the generations of both Thomas Paine and his father, although the respective environments of these two Quaker generations were distinctly different.
Quaker generations
Paine's
distinctly
father,
different.
Joseph, grew up under the last vestiges of the early evangelizing Quaker movement, which still bore marks of the prophetic fervor of the first generation. 19 Thomas, however, was a product of the subsequent Quietist period, an era marked by increasing withdrawal from society at large. During this time, Quakers became less active in their outward ministry while cultivating their inward spiritual endowments.
Oh, really?
Although the Quietist period has frequently been considered responsible for the passiveness of the society at that time, Quietism did not spell lethargy and inaction, rather it was a revised emphasis on the right way to initiate action. In fact, the Quietist period, with the decline of an evangelizing ministry, was a time of much inner spiritual activity which ultimately enabled the Friends to disregard accepted social ideas and prompted their activity as pioneers in various social causes. This fact is significant in an examination of the Quaker influence on young Thomas Paine. The Quaker milieu which surrounded Paine during the period 1737 to 1777 commenced with the influence of his father and his birthplace. Paine was born in the village of Thetford in the county of Norfolk, England, on January 29, 1737. His Quaker upbringing resulted from his father's strong religious convictions which assured a religiously guarded education for the young Paine, who later wrote, "My father being of the Quaker profession, it was my good fortune to have an exceedingly good moral education, and a tolerable stock of useful learning. Though I went to the grammar school, I did not learn Latin, not only because I had no inclination to learn languages,
Quaker was a
but because of the
profession?
objection the
Really?
Quakers have against the books in which the language is taught. I had some talent for poetry, but this I rather repressed than encouraged, as leading too much into the field of imagination." This religiously guarded education was illustrative of the Quietist period's attempt to shield Quaker children in their education from the worldly influences of imaginative writings and the classical languages. 13. Similarly, according to Quietist practice, Paine was taken to the meeting house in Thetford from the age of 6, where he spent at least 8 hours each week. 14. This practice of protracted worship resulted from the Quietist emphasis on the need constantly to cultivate the immediate connection of the human soul with God. 15. However, Joseph Paine, a product of the earlier evangelizing period, made certain that Quietism was not the only aspect of Quakerism which influenced his son. He made every attempt to instill the spirit of martyrs in his son's blood by maintaining a collection of prophetic tracts and journals detailing the personal religious experiences of these first Quaker missionaries and martyrs. One copyrights such a library, which formed in multitudes of Quaker homes, the main body of reading matter, provided a susceptible Quaker youth like Tom with the formative ideas of his faith. 17. Also, Joseph Paine's indefatigable spirit of social responsibility influenced his son's rejection of hierarchies in church and state and his active support for reforms ranging from anti-slavery to the abolition of dueling. 18. Moreover, a penchant for dissent was fostered in both Joseph and his son by their surrounding environment. The Quaker historian, William Braithwaite, maintains that Norfolk, the county in which Paine was reared, was a hotbed of the Quaker dissenting tradition. By 1699, Quaker dissent had become so rampant in the county that its justice and grand jurors drafted a petition to the House of Commons requesting that steps be taken to suppress the sect. The petition was apparently unsuccessful, since Norfolk became a very strong center of Quaker life in the early 1700s. 19. The next formative period of Paine's life came when he moved to Lewes in the county of Sussex. There his Quaker milieu expanded. This period of Paine's life, 1768 to 1774, is critical for an understanding of his political convictions, since it was in Lewes that he came to adopt the political and social consciousness which would manifest itself later in his actions during his first years in America. More important, Paine adopted these political convictions through his company with middle-class and working-class Quakers, not the more affluent intellectuals who espoused deism. Paine arrived in the village of Lewes in 1768 as an exciseman and established a residence at the Bull House. The Bull House was the village's social center, consisting of lodgings, a tobacco shop, a meeting house and, most significantly, the White Hart Inn, the resort of Lewes' intellectual circle. 29. Here Paine's Quakerism became tempered by the prevailing Whig political convictions of the time. To be sure, Paine mixed with those of various religious professions, but his more intimate acquaintances were from the Quaker milieu surrounding him during his first 40 years, 1737 to 1777. Paine lived in the quarters of the Quaker Samuel Olive, the tobacconist at Bull House, who was a member of the White Hart intellectual circle. 2. His closest companion, however, was the Quaker Thomas Cleo Rickman, a member of Sussex Friends Meeting. 22. Together with Paine, Rickman contributed some of the most obstinate and agitating works to the White Hart's Headstrong book, a collection of prose and political essays reflecting the convictions of the Whig tradition. 23. Accordingly, Rickman maintained that in politics Paine was at this time a Whig. 24. It would thus seem that Paine's exposure to the Whiggism of the White Hart Club grounded him firmly in the ideology of that tradition. By this time a more radical strain, the Commonwealth tradition, with roots in the age of the Puritan ascendancy in England, had achieved increasing popularity. 25. The Commonwealth ideology was based on a conviction in extending the rights of Englishmen to all mankind, freedom of thought, religious toleration, and the classical form of a republican government under the English theory of a mixed constitution. 26. This ideology had been embraced by Harrington and Sidney, Locke and Newton, Hutcheson and the Scottish school, and finally, during the reign of George III, by Pownall and Wilkes. 27. Gordon Wood regards this ideology, and particularly the contributing ideas of Milton and Sidney, as the dominant intellectual influence of the American Revolution. 28. Paine's intimate contact with these influences helped to merge Quaker conviction and Whig principle in his personal ideology. During the 2-year period 1772 to 1774, most of Paine's time was spent traveling between Sussex and London. He had volunteered to act as a lobbyist for his fellow excisemen who had become disgruntled about their low wages and the risking of their lives for an unpopular cause. 29. At this time Paine wrote his first public appeal, The Case of the Officers of Excise, which produced little effect as evidenced by Parliament's decision to ignore the excisemen's requests. 39. In addition, Paine's exposure to London's labor and hunger riots. 3.
Check it out.
His witnessing of the Wilkes controversy and its rallying of the social orders behind the Commonwealth ideology. 32. His compassion for the poor had resulted in his espousal of the Commonwealth ideology. 33. This socio-political ideology complemented and strengthened Paine's existing Quaker disregard for privilege and aristocracy and can be viewed as an inheritance of traditional Quaker political values. The political values espoused by Quakers were best expressed in the political theory of William Penn. Penn came to support the Whig ideology actively during the years 1676 to 1682 when he lived in the tiny hamlet of Worminghurst, Sussex, not far from what would become Paine's residence in the town of Lewes. 34. In the elections of 1679, Penn worked actively on behalf of Algernon Sidney, one of the founding fathers of the Commonwealth ideology. 35. In fact, Frederick Tolles maintains that Sidney's influence on Penn branded the Quaker as a Whig and a dissenter who laid down the basic Whig principles upon which Pennsylvania was founded. 36. Penn gathered a substantial portion of the first purchasers of the Pennsylvania colony from the county of Sussex, where he had launched an extensive sales and advertisement campaign. 37. Many of these Quaker neighbors were familiar with Penn's political tracts, England's great interest in the choice of this new parliament, and One Project for the Good of England. Both treatises were written in 1679 and reflected the ardent Whig principles which the Pennsylvania proprietor implemented in his own colony. The Whig conviction of religious toleration, ably expressed in these works, was extremely attractive to the Quaker inhabitants of Sussex, and in particular to friends in Lewes who suffered much religious persecution during the 1670s and 1680s. 38. Essentially then, Penn's holy experiment was derived from the combination of Quaker religious thought and Whig political ideals, both of which found agreement in religious toleration and a conviction in the personal liberty exercised for the public good. Furthermore, the influence of Penn's writings, his holy experiment, and the peaceful coexistence of a Whig Quaker tradition permeated the subsequent generation of Sussexmen, leaving an indelible mark on Thomas Paine, who, for some years, collected taxes in that county while keeping a residence in Lewes. 39. In short, Thomas Paine left England for the American colonies with an ideology that was grounded in Quakerism, and it was from this idealistic basis that the author of Common Sense adopted the complementary philosophy of Commonwealth Whiggism. This fundamental Quaker influence would also condition the milieu in which Paine moved upon arriving in Philadelphia in 1774 and was to manifest itself in his first series of socio-political writings in that American city. Paine's strong support for the cause of American independence earned him the label Quaker apostate. No less significant is the fact that in his friendships he consciously gravitated towards those who, like himself, had been nurtured in the principles of Quakerism, not deism. During his early years in Philadelphia, 1774 to 1777, Paine's Quaker milieu consisted of those friends who had adopted the principle that offensive war was never to be considered, but that a war of defense was Christian and therefore justifiable. 42 many friends who held this opinion and whose actions contravene the peace testimony were disowned during the Revolutionary War. 4. A number of these former members united in 1781 with other like-minded individuals to establish a new body known as the Free Quaker Monthly Meeting of Philadelphia. They adopted the name since they based their rules of conduct and action on freedom from the restraints which characterized the main body of the society. 42 While the Free Quakers resembled the main body in their acceptance of its general doctrines, organization, and mode of conduct in worship, they differed in their omission of any theological statement of belief, the abolition of all offenses for disownment, and in their encouragement to participate in civil affairs and in the military defense of the country. 43 At the height of the Free Quaker movement in the 1790s, there were well over 100 members, about half of whom had been disowned for participation in the war. 44 Although Paine never officially joined the Free Quakers, he was very much in sympathy with their principles as reflected by his many intimates in that group. Had he been living in Philadelphia in 1781 and afterward, he would doubtless have become an active member of the Religious Society of Free Quakers. 45 Still, there is evidence of a Free Quaker milieu in Paine's American life as early as 1775 when the company that would converse with him included patriotic Quakers such as Christopher Marshall, who circulated about the city promoting independence, along with Timothy Matlack, a former Quaker and brewer. 46. Marshall, a former druggist, although disowned earlier for involvement in forgery, maintained his Quaker contacts and often attended meeting. He took an active part on the Whig side in the contest with the mother country and was elected to the Committee of 100 in November 1774 as well as to the Pennsylvania Provincial Council in June 1776. 47 Matlack, like Paine, was raised in a staunch Quaker household and experienced the same religiously guarded education. Several years later, his devotion to the main tenets of Quakerism prompted him to make a religious journey to New England in 1783 to visit the Free Quaker group in that area. 48 At the time of his initial acquaintance with Paine, in 1775, Matlack was employed as a clerk to the Secretary of the Continental Congress. 49 2 years later he was appointed Secretary to the Pennsylvania Assembly. In this capacity Matlack conducted a frequent correspondence with Paine, primarily discussing official business of the Assembly, and occasionally sharing personal grievances over the Society of Friends pacifist stance in the Revolution. 5 degrees The most intimate companion of Paine's like-minded milieu, however, was General Nathaniel Greene. In July 1776, when he volunteered as a soldier for the Continental cause, Paine requested the position of aide-de-camp to Greene at Fort Lee in Manhattan. 51 During their brief 9-month association, Paine and Greene became good friends on both political and personal grounds. 52 Greene's religiously guarded education in Warwick, Rhode Island, made him familiar with the most prominent Quaker texts, including Robert Barclay's Apology and the complete works of William Penn. 53 Consequently, Greene's socio-political ideas were a little more than a paraphrasing of old shibboleths with a good seasoning of Quaker doctrine. 54 This fact is reflected in his inherent conflict of conviction over participation in war when, in later years, Greene declared, "To me war was ever a business of necessity, and unavoidable from the plans of our creation, but I am averse to it from its being opposite to my temper and feelings." I thought the cause of liberty was in danger, and as it was attacked by a military force, it was necessary to cultivate a military spirit among the people. 55 Accordingly, the fighting Quakers' annoyance with the Friends' failure to uphold the cause of independence compelled him to accuse the society of hypocrisy and, subsequently, to request that he be put from under the care of Friends for the future. 56 Paine shared Greene's convictions and, if anything, this friendship made the radical Paine more militantly patriotic and even stronger in his condemnation of the Tory Quakers. Sentiments of this kind are clearly demonstrated in the first pamphlets of his American Crisis series, written during the 9-month association with Greene. Paine's fervent patriotism is evidenced in the American Crisis #1, written in December 1776 to rally the recently defeated Army of Washington. In memorable words which have etched themselves on countless patriotic minds throughout American history, Paine began his work. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country, but he that stands it now, deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. 57. Subsequently, in American Crisis #3, written in April 1777, Paine condemns the treasonable Quakers for their supposed neutrality in the Revolution. 58. His basic support of Quaker principles, however, is illustrated by the distinction Paine makes between his patriotic Quaker milieu and the crown partisans of the society when he states, "A religious Quaker is a valuable character and a political Quaker a real Jesuit." 59. This distinction is a significant one, since it reinforces the fact that Paine's personal sympathies still rested with the religious principles of the society. However, he had reconciled those principles with his Republican convictions and thereby came to the conclusion that the truest expression of Quakerism was exhibited by those who eventually became Free Quakers. Moreover, it was this true expression of Quakerism that was reflected in Paine's political works during his first 2 years in America, writings which initiated the American Revolution by articulating the ideology of that cause for American independence. The Quaker influence on the socio-political writings of Paine, 1774-76. Thomas Paine's socio-political ideology, like that of his contemporaries, was influenced by the broad context of the European Enlightenment. This intellectual renaissance,
I got y'all later. I see y'all. Y'all know we'll be over here, but I got y'all.
Hume, and Newton, permeated the social environments of both 18th century England and America, leaving an indelible mark on the pamphleteers of the period. Accordingly, there are those historians who insist that Paine's first political writings, and in particular Common Sense, mirror his later deistical...
I'm actually blocked for 7 days on my regular channel. That's why this is not the regular channel, sis. This life coach. So make sure you guys subscribe to this channel. So if something happens, y'all know I'll be over here. But yeah, this is my second channel, sis. I got, I think, like 3 or 4 more days. All right, let's go.
Works, Rights of Man and Age of Reason, writings which unmistakably reflect the rationalism of the Enlightenment period. Still, when making this attempt to link the Tom Paine of 1774-76 with deism, it is important to recognize that the English radical knew little of the writings of the Enlightenment thinkers. Copyright. Nor was he under any deistical influence during his editorship of the Pennsylvania magazine.
They be honest.
Copyright to these facts negate any direct rationalist influence on the Thomas Paine of 1774-76, enhancing the potential influence of those with whom he did associate during this period, who consisted largely of what might be called a Free Quaker milieu. In short, those characteristics that are most distinctive in Paine's writings can be attributed to Quakerism and not deism. Paine's first writings, as well shall see, mirror a uniquely Quaker configuration in his thought. No other writer of the period emphasizes equality, simplicity, and pacifism as strongly as does Paine, or employs that specific configuration with such consistency. Paine's first writings, as editor of the Pennsylvania magazine, are illustrative of his Quaker influence and, more significantly, form the basis for his subsequent work Common Sense, the vehicle which mobilized the American public for the Revolution. The first article Paine published, entitled African Slavery, 1774, clearly reflected a Quaker bias. The only previous statements of this type had been written by John Woolman in 1754 and Anthony Benezet in 1767, pleading respectively for the abolition of slavery and of the slave trade.
Now, why would the Quakers be pleading for abolition of slavery and slave trade? Anybody know? Anybody know why these people would care about the abolition of slavery and slave trade unless they were African slaves themselves? Just wondering. I want y'all to stay with me. We're about to get out of this document in a minute, and I'm going to get into giving you a little background on either the pioneers or the frontiersmen. We'll go with next. Let's go. Okay, so I got to start it over. What's going on? Okay, hold on. Now I want to act stupid.
Sense, the vehicle which mobilized the American public for the Revolution. The first article Paine published, entitled African Slavery, 1774, clearly reflected a Quaker bias. The only previous statements of this type had been written by John Woolman in 1754 and Anthony Benezet in 1767, pleading respectively for the abolition of slavery and of the slave trade. 3. The impelling principle of the anti-slavery cause on the part of the Quakers was their belief in that of God in every man. This cause had been increasingly nurtured by the Society of Friends for nearly a century in both America and England before the appearance of Paine's article in 1774. 4. Consequently, in this first article, Paine entreats his reader to consider the argument set forth by many friends at this time: with what consistency or decency do Americans complain so loudly of attempts to enslave them, while they hold so many hundred thousands in slavery, and annually enslave many thousands more without any pretense of authority or claim upon them. 65. Also consistent with his Quaker heritage is Paine's admonition: how just, how suitable our crime is to the punishment with which Providence threatens us. David Bryan Davis, in his work, The Problem of Slavery in the Age of Revolution, maintains that the Quakers, more than any other religious group, had long expressed misgivings over the sinfulness of slavery, and consequently, interpreted each step toward a total disengagement from slave-holding as a tangible sign of growing religious purity. 6 degrees. This fact is demonstrated by the Minute of Philadelphia yearly meeting in adopting an anti-slavery stance in 1758, this meeting very earnestly and affectionately entreats friends to consider seriously the present circumstances of these and the adjacent provinces, which, by the permission of divine providence, have been visited with the desolating calamities of war and bloodshed, so that many of our fellow colonists are now suffering in captivity, and fervently desires that we may manifest an humbling sense of their judgments, and would steadily observe the injunction of our Lord and Master to do unto others as we would they should do unto us, which it now appears to this meeting, would induce such friends who have any slaves to set them at liberty. 67 Similarly, Paine, like many Quakers of the late 18th century, proposed a program of gradual emancipation for blacks. Unlike the Quakers, he simultaneously advocated immediate emancipation from monarchy. These themes formed the basis of the Revolutionaries' 1775 article, A Serious Thought, which resembles the yearly meeting minutes of 1758, particularly in its reference to divine punishment, when I reflect on the use Britain hath made of the discovery of this new world, that the little paltry dignity of earthly kings hath been set up in preference to the great cause of the King of Kings. And that ever since the discovery of America she hath employed herself in the most horrid of all traffics, that of human flesh,
The most horrid.
Hath yearly ravaged the hapless shores of Africa, robbing dominions in the West. When I reflect on these, I hesitate not for a moment to believe that the Almighty will finally separate America from Britain. And when the Almighty shall have blessed us, and made us a people dependent only upon him, then may our first gratitude to be shown by an act of continental legislation which shall put a stop to the importation of Negroes for sale, soften the hard fate of those already here, and, in time, procure their freedom.
So I don't know if anybody's like really getting what's going on here. If these people were the ones that were enforcing slavery, how would they be trying to emancipate it, so on and so forth, through these religious doctrines, so on and so forth. Oh, wait, let me get the page on the right page. Right? We'll go here. Why would they be doing that? Like, what concern would it be of theirs to, worry about the slaves if this was their, profit? These were people that have been here for a long time. They've been in the areas. They had been using their indoctrination. Now they're feeling some remorse because they were using the indoctrination on basically kinfolk. When they start bringing in the slaves, they start feeling bad and they want to do other things, so on and so forth. But in the same sense of it, these particular people, hold on, I'm trying to find this page. These particular people are fighting the same plight as us. Why? Because they also have brown skin, right? And then they were the ones that were under these circumstances. What it ended up happening is they let these people go, freeing them. This is why they were fighting. The Quakers were fighting. They wanted to get the frontiersmen and the pioneers to be able to get free. This is what the Quakers were fighting for. They were fighting for the emancipation of frontiersmen and exactly playing both sides, bro. Frontiersmen and the pioneers. So they what they would do, and they were setting them up. Okay, here comes this is where I think this I'm almost sure this 40 acres and a mule comes from, right? To indoctrinate. Exactly, sis. Exactly. I'm gonna drop the link, so if anybody want to come up and chat on this, you definitely can. It's a small little platform over here right now, so this would be a good time for us to open up and discuss them if anybody have ideas. Now, this information, I've had this information for a while, but I just started putting it together as far as like, I'm like, wait a minute, some of this stuff don't make sense. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, now that I understand the indoctrination, so on and so forth, I'm just seeing a whole lot in this. And I'm like, yeah, they use them the same way they did the natives. Oh, they had the natives coming in. So yes, of course, they would bring in other people from other areas that look like us so that they'd be able to help them as an agent to be able to influence themselves amongst our people, get in with the people, become a part of the tribes and the nations and, kind of be able to see what they can do to get their gain out of it, so on and so forth. This is the way I'm seeing it, right? Now, let me see. This right here, let's go. We're going to start here. No different from the Prescott and the Bush families, right, brother? All they do is try to, what did I start my series on that they cut off last week? Trading places. It's all about trading places. It's all about trading places, just like the $3 damn Indians. I mean, come on, it don't get no easier than us to just see what's in front of our face. Like, it'd be phenomenal to me how people don't really understand what's going on. Bad saying peace, and bliss. Thanks for coming through. Yep, exactly. Doing the same thing they doing now, bringing them, but they bringing them in by the boatloads now, y'all. Shit, they got them coming in. Let's get into this, y'all. This is gonna get even more interesting. Check it out.
As this work professes, in its title page, to be a descriptive tale, they who will take the trouble to read it may be glad to know how much of its contents is literal and CT, and how much is intended to represent a general picture. The author is very sensible that, had he confined himself to the latter, always the most effective, as it is the most valuable, mode of conveying knowledge of this nature, he would have made a far better book. But in commencing to describe scenes, and perhaps he may add characters, that were so familiar to his own youth, there was a constant tempt to delineate that which he had known, rather than that which he might have imagined. This
Sorry, guys.
rigid adhesion to truth, an indispensable requisite in history
Moving
and
around
travels, destroys the charm of fiction, for all that is necessary to be conveyed to the mind by the latter had better be done by delineations of principles, and of characters in their classes, than by a too fastidious attention to originals. New York having but one county of Otsego, and the Susquehanna but one proper source, there can be no mistake as to the side of the tale. The history of this district of country, so far as it is connected with civilized man, is soon told. Otsego, in common with most of the interior of the province of New York, was included in the county of Albany, previously to the War of the Separation. It then became, in a subsequent division of territory, a part of Montgomery, and, finally, having obtained a sufficient population of its own, it was set apart as a county by itself, shortly after the Peace of 1783. It lies among those low spurs of the Alleghanies which cover the Midland counties of New York, and it is a little east of a meridional line drawn through the center of the state. As the waters of New York either flow southerly into the Atlantic, or northerly into Ontario and its outlet, Otsego Lake, being the source of the Susquehanna,
Otsego Lake,
is,
which is all
of
part of
necessity,
Seneca Township,
among its highest
Seneca
lands.
County.
The face of the country, the climate as it was found by
That's
the
right,
whites,
brother.
and the manners of the settlers, are described with a minuteness for which the author has no other apology than the force of his own recollections. Otsego is said to be a word compounded of ot, a place of meeting, and sego, or sago, the ordinary term of salutation used by the Indians of this region. There is a tradition which says that the neighboring tribes were accustomed to meet on the banks of the lake to make their treaties, and otherwise to strengthen their alliances, and which refers the name to this practice. As the Indian agent of New York had a log dwelling at the foot of the lake, however, it is not possible that the appellation grew out of the meetings that were held at his council fires. The war drove afield the agent, in common with the other officers of the crown, and his rude dwelling was soon abandoned. The author remembers it a few years later, reduced to the humble office of a smoke house. In 1779, an expedition was sent against the hostile Indians, who dwelt about 100 miles west of Otsego, on the banks of the Kijiga. The whole country was then a wilderness, and it was necessary to transport the baggage of the troops by means of the rivers, a devious but practicable route. One brigade ascended the Mohawk, until it reached the Poinelle nearest to the sources of the Susquehanna, whence it cut a lane through the forest to the head of the Otsego. The boats and baggage were carried over this portage / and the troops proceeded to the other extremity of the lake where they disembarked, and encamped. The Susquehanna, a narrow though rapid stream at its source, was much filled with flood wood, or fahen trees, and the troops adopted a novel expedient to facilitate their passage. The Otsego is about 9 miles in length, varying in breadth from half a mile to a mile and a half. The water is of great depth, limpid, and supplied from 1,000 springs. At its foot, the BDNKs are rather less than 30 feet high, the remainder of its N being in mountains, intervals, and points. The outlet, or the Susquehanna, flows through a gorge in the low banks just mentioned, which may have a width of 200 feet. This gorge was dammed, and the waters of the lake collected. The Susquehanna was converted into a rill. When all was ready, the troops embarked, the dam was knocked away, the Otsego poured out its torrent, and the boats went merrily down with the current. General James Clinton, the brother of George Clinton, then governor of New York, and the father of DeWitt Clinton, who died governor of the same state in 1827, commanded the brigade employed on this duty. During the stay of the troops at the foot of the Otsego, a soldier was shot for desertion. The grave of this VLIKTRODU unfortunate man was the first place of high Yunnan inter * meant that the author ever beheld, as the smokehouse was the first ruin, The swivel alluded to in this work was buried and abandoned by the troops on this occasion, and it was subsequently found in digging the cellars of the author's paternal residence. Soon after the close of the war, Washington, accompanied by many distinguished men, visited the scene of this tale, it is said, with a view to examine the facilities for opening a communiqué and by water with other points of the country. He stayed but a few hours. In 1785, the author's father, who had an interest in extensive tracts of land in this wilderness, arrived with a party of surveyors.
Period.
The manner in which the scene met his eye is described by Judge Temple. At the commencement of the following year the settlement began, and from that time to this the country has continued to flourish. It is a singular feature in American life, that, at the beginning of this century, when the proprietor of the estate had occasion for settlers on a new settlement, and in a remote county, he was enabled to draw them from among the increase of the former colony. Although the settlement of this part of Otsego a little preceded the birth of the author, it was not sufficiently advanced to render it desirable that an event, so important to himself, should take place in the wilderness. Perhaps his mother had a reasonable distrust of the practice of Dr. Todd, who must then have been in the novitiate of his experimental acquirements. Be that as it may, the author was brought an infant into this valley, and all his first impressions were here obtained. He has inhabited it ever since, at intervals, and he thinks he can answer for the faithfulness of the picture he has drawn. Otsego has now become one of the most populous districts of New York. It sends forth its emigrants like any other old region, and it is prosperous with industry and enterprise. Its manufactures are prosperous, and it is worthy of remark, that one of the most ingenious machines known in European art is derived from the keen ingenuity which is exercised in this remote region. In order to prevent mistake, it may be well to say that the incidents of this tale are purely a fiction. The literal facts are chiefly connected with the natural and artificial objects, and the customs of the habitants. Thus the acadenti, and courthouse, and jail, and inn, and most similar things,
Courthouse, jail, all the circus, the big ring circus.
They have all long since given place to other buildings of a more pretending character.
Circus.
There is also some liberty taken with the truth in the description of the principal dwelling. The real building had no firstly and lastly. It was of bricks, and not of stone, and its roof exhibited none of the peculiar
bricks, not stone,
beauties of the composite order. It was erected in an age too primitive for that ambitious school of architecture. But the author indulged his recollections freely when he had fairly entered the door. Here all is literal, even to the severed arm of Udfe, and the urn which held the ashes of Queen Dido ****, though forests still count the mountains of Otsego, the bear, the wolf, and the panther are nearly strangers to them. Even the innocent deer is rarely seen bounding beneath their arches, for the rifle, and the activity of the settlers, have driven them to other haunts. To this change, which, in some particulars, is melancholy to one who knew the country in its infancy, it may be added, that the Otsego is beginning to be a big BD of its TISAEs. ***.
Now, thinking about that, right? When you think about the reservations and the plantations that were set up, thinking about plantations, planting nations are plantations. A plantation is planting a nation, just like a reservation is reserving a nation. So when you think about planting not only in the mind, but in the soil of America, the background of African slavery, or Africans that come in to be pioneer settlers, pioneer freemen. When we talk about freemen or freedman, they were the pioneer freedmen. They weren't freemen, they were freedmen, set with 40 acres and a mule, pioneering the land. Pioneers set up on these particular plantations. So where a lot of our people are screaming, oh, we owned the slaves, we were this, we were that. No, a lot of these ex-slaves were commuted to an area, right? And when they were commuted to an area, they were set up on plantations that reserved the nations of the pioneers. These were all set up behind the Quakers. The Quakers coming in to say, hey, you guys are doing these people wrong. We need to do something different about it. Setting off the wars, the Revolutionary Wars for what? The Continental Wars. This is why the Continental Wars were fought by so many so-called black people, the black people, right? The black people that were black in law, right? Because they were black. Because when you're black, you're dead in the eyes of the law. So they have to tell these people that you are black, but now we're going to give you a new name, so they can change the names, bringing these people in, just like they merged in the natives into an indigenous culture. They merged in the pioneers and the homesteaders that they set up into an indigenous culture as well. Some of our people kept their lands, kept their plantations, kept their allodial titles, and were not ran off the land, but a lot of people were. And when this happened, they were setting them up to reserve nations because they know that they do not own the property. They can tell them, hey, we'll give you a deed or a patent to the land. A deed to the land. Of course you can get a deed. A deed is a renter. You're not an owner. You have to have a allodial title or title to that land, right? So if you don't have the title to the land of that property, the title to the land gives you the ownership, which is only traded or given by heresy. It cannot be given away. It cannot be sold off. It cannot be any of that. So when these people are setting up these plantations for reserving nations under their particular patriarchal system by saying, hey, we freed the slaves. Hey, we gave them equality. Hey, we gave them this, we gave them that. No, you are reserving the nations to set up so these people would go back to our ancestry and you'd be able to track our lands and things and saying that they were a part of your story of patriotism, but they were actually a part of our story of more confiscation of our land via the pioneers, via the frontiersmen that came in, along with the pale skin frontiers, along with the pale skin pioneers, bringing them along because, hey, anyone can do it. So when setting these people up, anyone can come from another nation, another town. Hey, you just come on and get you a plot of land. We're going to set you up with a deed. Now we have the BLM office, the Bureau of Land Management, that they have set up to put these false deeds under. But the land management office actually has the titles. They know who owns it. They know who the title holders are. They know who the allodial title owners are. They know what heresy it goes back to based on the township. Remember, TOWNE, the town goes back to the heresy, the name. So the name in a place, right? It's easy to disrupt a person and have people going to marriages and changing name to lose your heresy and your allodial title to your namesake, your land, via patriotism, using the Commonwealth, using these things to switch and plan things that are different, right? Let's read a little bit more of this because I want you guys to also hear a little bit on the frontiersmen so you can stay with me. I gotta start it over. This thing is annoying.
Ever since, at intervals, and asterisk though for which, in one asterisk, the author has elsewhere said that the character of the leather stocking is a creation, rendered probable by such auxiliaries as were necessary to produce that effect. Had he drawn still more upon fancy, the lovers of fiction would not have so much cause for their objections to his work. Still the picture would not have been in the least true, without some substitutes for most of the other personages. The great proprietor resident on his lands, and giving his name to, instead of receiving it from, his estates, as in
giving
Europe,
his
is
name
common
to,
over the whole of New York.
receiving
physician,
from,
with his theory, rather obtained and corrected by experiments on the human constitution, the pious, self-denying, laborious, and ill-paid missionary, the half-educated, litigious, envious, and disreputable lawyer, with his counterpoise, a brother of the profession, more familiar to all who have ever dwelt in a new country. It may be well to say here, a little more explicitly, that there was no intention to describe with particular accuracy any real characters in this book. It has been often said, and in published statements, that the heroine of this book was drawn after a sister of the writer, who was killed by a fall from a horse now near half a century since. So ingenious is conjecture, that a personal resemblance has been discovered between the fictitious character and the deceased relative. It is scarcely possible to describe two females of the same SS in life, who would be less alike, personally, than Elizabeth Temple and the sister of the author who met with the deplorable fate mentioned. In a word, they were as unlike in this respect, as in history, character, and fortunes. Circumstances rendered the sister singularly dear to the author. After a lapse of half a century, he is writing this paragraph with a pain that would induce him to cancel it, were it not still more painful to have it believed that one whom he regarded with a reverence that surpassed the love of a brother, was converted by him into the heroine of a work of fiction.
You getting the plot, you getting
From
it bad, Saint. See, that's why I love y'all. Y'all be so on point.
Will be obvious to all. The author has had more pleasure in writing the pioneers than the book will, probably, ever give any of its readers.
Making the wealth
He is quite aware of its numerous faults, some of which he has endeavored to repair in this edition, but as he has in intention, at least done his full share in amusing the world, he trusts to its good nature for overlooking this attempt to please himself. Sources of the Susquehanna. Chapter LB, Winter comes, Tiral the Tevaldimi, Boyan and Sad, with Elus RTSLDF Timia, vapors, and clothes, and storms and Bob. The center of the state of New York lies an extensive district of country, whose Sir NCE is a Sukoeon of hills and dales, or, to speak with greater deference to geographical definitions, of mountains and valleys. It is among these hills that the Delaware takes its rise, and flowing from the limpid lakes and thousand springs of this region, the numerous sources of the Susquehanna meander through the valleys, until, uniting their streams, they form one of the proudest rivers of the United States. The mountains are arable to the tops, although instances are not wanting where the sides are jutted with rocks, that tad greatly in giving to the country that romantic and picturesque character which it so eminently possesses. The vales are narrow, rich, and cultivated, with a stream uniformly winding through each. Beautiful and thriving villages are found interspersed along the margins of small lakes, or situated at those points of the streams which are favorable to manufacturing, and neat and comfortable and RMS, with every indication of wealth about them, are scattered profusely through the vales, and even to the mountain tops.
Not true wealth.
Roads diverge in every direction, from the even and graceful
not inherited wealth
to the most rugged and intricate passes of the hills. Academies, and minor edifices of learning, meet the eye of the stranger at every few miles, as he winds his way through this uneven terra SLJR, and places for the worship of God abound with that frequency which characterizes a moral and reflecting people,
the frequency that characterizes a moral
canonical government which flows from unfettered liberty of conscience. In short, the whole district is hourly exhibiting how much can be done, in even a rugged country, and with a severe climate, under the dominion of mild laws, and where every man feels a direct interest in the prosperity of a common wealth, of which he knows himself to form a part. The expedients of the pioneers who first broke ground in the settlement of this country are succeeded by the permanent improvements.
He knows himself, right, to become a part of it. He becomes a part of this, right? It's important for every man. It says listen, every man, that should be in caps to make sure we're getting this. Every man feels a direct interest in the prosperity of a commonwealth, the direct interest of the prosperity of a commonwealth, of which he knows himself to form a part, formatting something, which makes it a part of, not naturally, but it becomes a part of, right? Y'all get it? I swear, I wish everybody would get it.
Of the yeoman, who intends to leave his remains to molder under the sod which he tills, or, perhaps, of the son, who, born in the land, piously wishes to linger around the grave of his father. Only 40 years * have passed since this territory was a wilderness. Very soon after the establishment of the independence of the states,
You get
by the
it,
peace
sis.
of
I know you get it, baby.
1783, the enterprise of their citizens was directed to a development of the natural advantages of their widely extended dominions. Before the War of the Revolution, the inhabited parts of the colony of New York were limited to less than a tenth of its possessions. A narrow belt of country, extending for a short distance on either side of the Hudson, with a similar occupation of 50 miles on the banks of the Mohawk, together with the islands of Nassau and Staten, and a few insulated settlements on chosen land along the margins of streams, composed the country, which was then inhabited by less than 200,000 souls. Within the short period we have mentioned, the population has spread itself over 5 degrees of latitude and 7 of longitude, and has swelled to 1.5 million of inhabitants. Who are main ed in the book was Ritei in 1823. Tevis Papadaloa of New Yacht is now 1831.
We didn't have cities. We had nations, brother.
0,0,0,000.
Nations and kingdoms.
Abundance, and can look forward to ages before the Errol day must arrive, when their Poesonians shall become unequal to their wants. Our tale B.NS in 1703, about 14 years after the commencement of one of the earliest of those settlements, would he have conduced to EFFBCT that magical change in the power and condition of the state, to which we have alluded. It was near the setting of the sun, on a clear, cold day in December, when a sleigh was moving slowly up one of the mountains, in the district we have described. The day had been fine for the season, and but 2 or 3 large clouds, whose color seemed brightened by the light reflected from the mass of snow that covered the earth, floated in a sky of the purest blue. The road wound along the brow of a precipice, and on one side was upheld by a foundation of logs, piled OOE upon the other, while a narrow excavation in the mountain, in the opposite direction, had made a passage of sufficient width for the ordinary traveling of that day. But logs, excavation, and everything that did not reach several feet above the earth, lay alike buried beneath the snow. A single track, barely wide enough to receive the sleigh * denoted the route of the highway. And this was sunk nearly 2 feet below the surrounding surface. In the vale, which lay at a distance of several hundred feet lower, there was what in the language of the country was called a clearing, and all the usual improvements of a new settlement. These even extended up the hill to the PDNT, where the road turned short and ran across the level land, which lay on the summit of the mountain, but the summit itself remained IU*. Sleigh is the word used in every part of the United States to denote a traîneau. It is of local use in the west of England, whence it is most probably derived by the Americana. The latter drawitals tinctioti between a sled, or sledge, and a sleigh, the sleigh lying shod with metal. Sleighs are also subdivided into 2 hoary and 1 horse sleighs. Of the latter, there are the cutter, with thills so arranged as to permit the horse to travel in the side track, the pong, or *topang, which high driven with a pole, and the gumper, *, a root construction used for temporary purposes, in the new countries. Many of the American sleighs are elegant, though use of this mode of convey *esbo is mock lessened with the melioration of the climate, consequent on the dearth of oft-before-result. Forest. There was a glittering in the atmosphere, as if it were filled with innumerable shining particles, and the noble badge horses that drew the sleigh were covered, in many paha, with a coat of hoarfrost. The rulper from their nostrils was seen to issue like smoke, and every object the view, as well as every arrangement of the travelers, denoted the depth of a winter in the mountains. The harness, which was of a deep dull blade, differing from the glossy varnishing of the present day, was ornamented with enormous plates and buckles of brass, that shone like gold in those transient beams of the sun, which found thdbr way obliquely through the tops of the trees. Huge saddles, studded with nails, and fitted with cloth that served as blankets to the shoulders of the cattle, supported 4 high, square-topped turrets, through which the stout reins led from mouths of the horses to the hands of the driver, who was a Negro,
Who was
of
a
apparently
Negro,
T-carat
not an
multi years of
Indian.
age. His face,
They
which
specified
nature had colored
Indians.
with a glistening black, was now mottled with the cold, and his large shining eyes filled with tears, a tribute to its power, that the keen frosts of those regions always extracted from one of his African origin. Still there was a smiling expression of good humor in his happy countenance, that was created by the thoughts of home, and a Christmas fireside, with its Christmas frolics. The sleigh was one of those large, comfortable, old-fashioned conveyances, which would admit a whole family within its bosom, but which now contained only 2 passengers besides the driver. The color of its outside was a modest green, and that of its inside a fiery red. The latter was intended to convey the idea of heat in that cold climate. Large buffalo skins, trimmed around the edges with red doth, cut into festoons, covered the back of the sleigh, and were spread over its bottom, and drawn up around the feet of the travelers, one of whom was a man of middle age, and the other a FQ, male, just entering upon womanhood. The former was of a large stature, but the precautions he had taken to guard against the cold left but little of his person exposed to view. A great coat, that was abundantly ornamented by a profusion of fun, enveloped the whole of his carrot gore, excepting the head, which was covered with a cap of marten skins, lined with morocco, the sides of which were made 2 and 11, if necessary, and were now drawn dos 41 carat the airs, and listened beneath his chin with a black riband. The top of the cap was surmounted with the tail of the animal whose skin had furnished the rest of the materials, which fell back, not negro e fool j, a few inches behind the head. From beneath this mask were to be seen part of a fine manly head,
I'm glad you told me, sis.
particularly
I know
a
you
pair
were
of
sis. Thank you, babe.
large blue eyes, that promised extraordinary intellect, covered humor, and great benevolence. The form of his companion was thoroughly hid beneath the garments she wore.
You might be my kid, folks, sis. My people
under a
from
large
Virginia,
camlet
too.
toque, with a thick flannel lining, that, by its cut and size, was evidently intended for a masculine wearer. A huge hood of yoic silk, that was quilted with down, concealed carried the whole of her head, except at a small opening in front foff breath, through which occasionally sparkled a pair of animated jet black eyes. Both the father and daughter, for such was the connection between the 2 travelers, were too much occupied with their reflections to break a stillness, that reoinfd little or no interruption from the easy gliding of the sleigh, by the sound of their voices. The former was thinking of the wife that had held this, their only child, to her bosom, when, 4 years before, he had reluctantly consented to relinquish the society of her daughter, in order that the latter might enjoy the advantages of an education, which the city of New York could only offer at that period. A few months afterwards death had deprived him of the remaining companion of his solitude, but still he had enough of real regard for his child, not to bring her into the comparative wilderness in which he dwelt, until the full period had expired, to which he had limited her juvenile labors.
Her juvenile labors.
The daughter were less melancholy, and mingled with a pleased astonishment at the novel scenery she met at every turn in the road. The fountain on which they were journeying was covered with pines, that rose without a branch some 70 or 80 feet, and which frequently doubled that hay-carrot tea, by the addition of the tops.
Giant mountains.
Through the innumerable vistas that opened beneath the lofty trees, TBI could penetrate, until it was met by a distant inequality in the ground, or was stopped by a view of the summit of the mountain, which lay on the opposite side of the valley to which they were hastening. The dark trunks of the trees rose from the pure white of the snow, in regularly formed shafts, until, at a great height, their branches shot forth horizontal limbs, that were covered with the meager foliage of an the sleigh had glided, the instant the game. In a few moments the speaker succeeded in restore the circulation to his fingers, while tracing HBL, the whole scene had long, carrot ha, him either. Within sound, either, aster, have, with, before him, for them down by, have known and buck. Through, where's, lie over the woods, without it, during, the black, beneath it fell from its hitch the trail, and moved into the forest with steps that were between A and K and a trot. At each movement he made, his body lowered several inches, his knees yielding with an inclination inwards, but as the sleigh turned at a bend in the road, the youth cast his eyes in quest of his old companion, and he saw that he was already nearly concealed by the trunks of the trees, while his dogs were following quietly in his footsteps, occasionally scenting the deer track, that they seemed to know instinctively was now of no further use to them. Another jerk was given to the sleigh, and Leather Stocking was hid from view. Chapter 2. O places that the eye of heaven tells it are to a wise man ports and happy haughty think not the king did banish thee, bat thou the end.
All places that the eye of heaven visits are to a wise man, port in happy heavens. Think not the king did banish thee, but thou the king, by Richard II. Let's go.
Chapter 2. O places that the eye of heaven tells it are to a wise man ports and happy haughty think not the king did banish thee, bat thou the end. RLCHAESIL, an ancestor of Marmatic Temple, had, about 120 years before the commencement of our tale, come to the colony of Pennsylvania, a friend and co-religionist of H.S. great patron, Old Marmaduke, for this formidable prenomen was a kind of appellative to the race.
Now you with me, baby.
To that,
I know you with
asylum
me.
of the persecuted,
I know you
in
hear
abundance
me.
of the good things of this life. He became the master of many thousands of acres of uninhabited territory, and the supporter of many a score of dependents. He lived greatly respected for his piety, and not a little distinguished as a sectary, was intrusted by his associates with many important political stations, and died just in time to escape the knowledge of his own poverty. It was his lot to share the fortune of most of those who brought wealth with them into the new settlements of the middle colonies. The consequence of an emigrant into these provinces was generally to be ascertained by the number of his white servants or dependents, and the nature of the public situations that he held.
Make sure y'all heard that again.
Taking this
Let's
rule
go
as
back.
a guide.
Listen again.
The consequence of an emigrant into these provinces was generally to be ascertained by the number of his white servants or dependents, and the nature of the public situations that he held.
One more time,
for those that didn't get it. The consequence of an emigrant into these provinces was generally to be ascertained by the number of his white servants or dependents, and the nature of the public situations that he held. Right? Taking this rule as a guide,
by his
the
number
ancestor
of
our
white
judge must have been a man of no little note.
Slaves.
It is, however, a subject of curious inquiry at the present day, to look into the brief records of that early period, and observe how regular,
some of these
and
terms
with few exceptions how
I think people be losing shit. Let me
gradations, on the one hand, of the masters to poverty, and on the other, of their servants to wealth.
I keep telling
accustomed
these people
to ease,
they don't want to listen
and
to
unequal to the struggles incident to an infant society, the aflow 3 anti-immigrant was barely able to maintain his own rank.
Hold on.
But
let's backtrack to
no
that.
carrot,
Hold
no
on
judge.
to what he just said. I want a clarity on that. When we think about an infant society, when you hear them talk about an infant society, they're talking about what? Infantry. You know what an infantry is? That's a military militia. So when they say an infant society, keep that in mind. Listen up. Let's go.
And of the masters to poverty, and on the other, of their servants to wealth. Accustomed to ease, and unequal to the struggles incident to an infant society, the aflow 3 anti-emigrant was barely enabled to maintain his own rank. But no carrot, no judge, returned the hunter, with an inward chuckle, and with that look of exultation that indicates a consciousness of superior skill. You burnt your powder only to warm your nose this cold evening. Did ye think to stop a full-grown buck, with Hector and the slut open upon him? Within sound, with that pop gun in your hand, there's plenty of pheasants among the swamps, and the snowbirds are flying round your own door, where you may feed them with crumbs, and shoot them at pleasure, any day. But if you're for a buck, or a little bear's meat, judge, you'll have to take the long rifle with a greased wadding, or you'll waste more powder than you'll fill stomachs. I'm thinking. As the speaker concluded, he drew his bare hand across the bottom of his nose, and again opened his enormous mouth with a kind of inward laugh. "The gun scatters well, Natty, and it has killed a deer before now," said the traveler, smiling good-humoredly. "One barrel was charged with buckshot, but the other was loaded for birds only. Here are 2 herds, one through the neck, and the other directly through the heart. It is by no means certain, Natty, but I gave him one of the 2. Let who will kill him," said the hunter, rather surlily. "I suppose the creature is to be eaten." So saying, he drew a large knife from a leathern sheath, which was stuck through his girdle or sash, and cut the throat of the animal. "If there are 2 BALJs through the deer, I would ask if there weren't 2 rifles fired. Besides, whoever saw such a ragged hole fire a smooth bore as this through the neck? And you will own yourself, Judge, that the buck fell at the last shot, which was sent from a truer and a younger hand than your or mine. Either, but for my part, although I am a poor man, I can live without the venison, but I don't love to give up my lawful dues in a free country. Though, for the matter of that, might often makes right here, as well as in the old country, for what I can." Hunter during the whole of this speech, yet he thought it prudent to utter the dose of the sentence in such an undertone, as to leave nothing audible but the grumbling sounds of his voice. "Nay, Natty," rejoined the traveler, with undisturbed good humor, "it is for you I honor that I contend. A few dollars will pay for the venison, but what will requite me for the lost honor of a buck's tail in my cap? Think, Natty, how I should triumph over that quizzing dog, Dick Jones, who has failed 7 times already this season, and has only brought in 1 woodchuck and a few gray squirrels. Aye, the game is becoming hard to find, indeed, Judge, with your clearings and betterments," said the old hunter, with a kind of compelled resignation. "The time has been, when I have shot 13 deer, without counting the fawns, standing in the door of my own hut. And for bear's meat, if one wanted a ham or so, he had only to watch o' nights, and he could shoot one by moonlight, through the cracks of the logs, no fear of his oversleeping himself neither, for the howling of the wolves was startin' to keep his eyes open. There's old Hector, patting with affection a tall hound, of black and yellow spots, with hollowed belly and legs, that just then came in on the scent, accompanied by the slut he had mentioned. See where the wolves bit his throat, the night I drove them from the venison. That was smoking on the chimbley top. That dog is more to be trusted than many a Christian man, for he never forgets a friend, and loves the hand that gives him bread." There was a peculiarity in the manner of the hunter that attracted the notice of the young female, who had been a close and interested observer of his appearance and equipments, from the moment he came into view. He was tall, and so meager as to make him seem above even the 6 feet that he actually stood in his stockings. On his head, which was thinly covered with lank, sandy hair, he wore a cap made of fox skin, resembling carrot in shape the one we have already described, although much the weight of his personal superiority and acquirements, but the moment that his head was laid in the grave, his indolent and comparatively uneducated offspring were compelled to yield precedency to the more active energies of a class, whose exertions had been stimulated by necessity. This is a very common course of things, even in the present state of the Union. But it was peculiarly the fortunes of the 2 extremes of society, in the peaceful and unenterprising colonies of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. The posterity of Marmaduke did not escape the common lot of those who depend rather on their hereditary possessions than on their own powers, and in the 3rd generation they had descended to a point, below which, in this happy coin tree, it is barely possible for honesty, intellect, and sobriety to fall. The same pride of family that had, by itself satisfied indolence, conduced to aid their fall, now became a principle to stimulate them to endeavor to rise again. The feeling, from being morbid, was changed to a healthful and active desire to emulate the character, the condition, and, peradventure, The wealth of their ancestors also. It was the father of our new acquaintance, the judge, who first began to reascend in the scale of society,
Isn't that
and in this undertaking he was not a little assisted by a marriage, which aided in furnishing the means of educating his only son in a rather better manner than the low state of the common schools in Pennsylvania could promise, or than had been the practice in the family, for the 2 or 3 preceding generations. At the school where the reviving prosperity of his father was enabled to maintain him, young Marmaduke formed an intimacy with a youth whose years were about equal to his own. This was a fortunate connection for our judge, and paved the way to most of his future deviation in life. There was not only great wealth, but high court interest, among the connections of Edward Effingham. They were one of the few families then resident in the colonies, who thought it a degradation to its members to descend to the pursuits of
to the pursuits of the commonwealth, to the pursuits of the commonwealth. We're gonna get to this next document real quick. Let's go. I'm gonna be out of here shortly. I'm gonna try to get this. It ain't got to be that long, but like I'll definitely go into more depth with it. But yeah, hold on a second. Let me see. Let me pull it up. Oh, I'm so hoarse. This weather is crazy again. Hold on a second. Let's look at these. This real quick. Damn, it sounds like it's about to be a storm out here. The wind done picked up, shit blowing all over the place. Okay, here we go. Let's check this out. Quakers, pioneers. What did I have in the title? Quakers, pioneers, and the frontiersmen. Yeah, we're dealing with that. We started yesterday or last evening on the Continental Army, showing their records, showing all of the soldiers, their stipends, so on and so forth. All of them having pensions. You know, a lot of you people can go back and see that video and look at some of the names we dropped, letting you know that your name is tied into a pension or a trust up under that Continental Army. So let's get into this when it comes to the Black frontiersmen, right? Let's go down a little bit. We're going to look at a few things that's in the book, and then we're going to get to a particular source of information. I hate when they have all these extra damn pages. Okay, listen. Afro-Hispanic adaptation. Afro-Hispanic adaptation, right? Introduction, a cultural perspective. The dead adaptation, the black culture, the black ass culture. Listen to this. The wet Pacific littoral and the sea, the forest, the mangrove swamp in their notes. The blackness of northern South America, historical dimensions, the historical dimensions. The African background, slavery revolts, and freedom, the freedmen, the free frontiermen. Didn't y'all hear him say the free frontiermen, right? Hispanicized slaves fresh from Africa, freedom, labor, organization, and trade, racial secession, Black frontiersmen, and notes. So we're going to go right here to Black frontiersmen. I wanted to start when I do part 2, we'll get back into it. I want you guys to see the blackness in Northern South America, historical dimensions. I don't know how quick we get through this, but I may drop a little bit of it now. But if not, let's just at least check this out. This is the frontiersmen. We're going to go to that real quick. The Black frontiersmen. This is what I want you guys to see in particular. Okay, let's go. So I'll let me go back, see a little bit picture of ethnicity. I don't want to get too much away, you know, because these people always act like I don't know what the hell I be talking about, but I be wanting y'all to know I do, and I want help. Like, I just need a few more people to be on the same page with me, and we could blow this shit out the water, like, for real. I already got like a few people solid on my team. But just a little bit of this ethnicity in the marketing, right? Marketing, we know what that is. Indian, blah blah blah. Marketing of the Indian. Marketing day in the capital of the Choc, a Black family above center, and the Choco family on the front right. Bring goods to sell, those of Afro-Hispanic culture. Bring chairs, a table, and firewood, and cocoa. Indians from subsistence, food flood, and woven baskets. Indians and Black in the wet littoral are part of the purchase society. They are part of the purchase society. What is this? Now, when you hear about what? The trading post. I know you guys have heard about the trading post, right? So this is what we're talking about, these type of places, right? So check this out. Let's go. There you go. Y'all seeing, right? Afro-Latino Indians. There in Ecuador. The rail terminus provides a new market area here in the 1961 highland and lowland Afro, the Afro-Ecuadorians, like I'm getting into this. I said I wasn't gonna get into it. I just want y'all to see a little bit of that. Okay, let's get into it right quick. Let's go. We're gonna check out this exploring nature. Wait a minute, exploring nature. That's the wrong page. I'm supposed to be looking for. I must have got the wrong page. Hold on, guys, because now I think I got distracted. I didn't want to show y'all that, but I wanted to. So my mind still went to show it. Hold on. I got to make sure I'm going to the right page. Page. I think I'm to the wrong page. Oh, 53. I bypassed. Okay, let's go. 53. Did that before. Okay, here we go. It's still, where is it? Okay. Something's not right here. Why is it? It's still going to, okay, it's going to the Black Indian. I guess it wants me to start here. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back here and start. So let's start on page 50. Let's go.
It has remained the practice through the years of sending missionaries to settlements which were known to continue various barbaric rites,
we read all
even
about
though
the
many of these
missionaries.
in actuality are basically Catholic ceremonies to which were added various practices and beliefs of unofficial Spanish Catholicism and some African usages. Emphasis added. The strategy to seek out and destroy barbaric customs is well documented. Meant by the Catholic Father Bernardo Mirizal del Carmen, 1921, who lists many of the customs which contemporary priests are still seeking, ferreting, and attempting to subvert. This mission pressure becomes important later when we consider the sacred domains of Afro-Hispanic culture, for we shall have to deal with the hidden, the secret, and covered, as well as the overt and manifest. The effect of mobility strategies, buying freedom, and establishing free settlements away from the centers of Spanish economic and mission power, in the face of mission activity is interesting.
Mission activity.
Apparently, free Black communities established their sacred domains as the true Catholic ones, and resisted all priestly attempts to redefine their God, saints, spirits, and other worlds. They came to regard themselves not as lost, or misplaced, Africans, but as veritable Spaniards. Today there is an evident identification with Spanish culture in all parts of Colombia save in Palenque, a community in northern Colombia famous for its self-identification as African. Even in areas characterized by a general antipathy toward whites, the priest is the object of great respect and a great deal of fear. It was not uncommon for a priest to enter a hostile village, demand, and cause the people to desist from the practice of a particular custom. There developed an integrated complex of Spanish Catholic and African usage, believed by the people themselves to be completely Catholic and therefore particularly immune to the efforts of priests who desire to banish pagan elements. This complex is a fundamental, functional aspect of their total way of life, and the adjustment they have made to their spiritual and practical needs, an adjustment unshakable by Catholic and Protestant missionaries alike. Price 1955:6-7, racial succession as white dominance spread insidiously into village after village, following the dispersal of Black men and women into forests and swamps. Black survival strategies themselves had a profound effect on Aboriginal Indian cultures. As these Black South Americans expanded, native Indians became hemmed in. Intertribal contacts were everywhere buffered by expanding Black settlements, and in some areas Black households were built between Aboriginal houses. Colombia and Ecuador today have no black Indian settlements analogous to the Black Carib of Central America, Gonzalez 1969. Nor have blacks acquired facility with Aboriginal languages, in spite of their enduring and continuing contact. In the Choco of Colombia, Cuna culture is nearly gone, and the inland Choc 6, or Empora, are to be found mainly in small settlements far from the rivers of trade, where their attempts to maintain subsistence life are of necessity supplemented with minor sales of baskets and sleeping mats in the larger towns. The money gained from such endeavor, however, is normally used to increase personal and group prestige through the chase of silver ornaments such as nose rings and ear plugs. The coastal Choco, or Noanima, are also to be found near the headwaters of major streams, above the commercially valuable sector which is inhabited completely by blacks. The Urumangi, who may have spoken a Hokansayan language, have not been seen for a century. But as late as the early 1930s they were still reputed to be sending little model boats downriver, and current tales of their existence far up the Urumangi River are carried today. The Quakers have maintained an ethnic awareness on the slopes of the western Cordillera of Colombia by keeping their overt identity obscure, by keeping their language and Aboriginal customs secret from travelers, explorers, and the like. In Ecuador, the Cayapa dispersed settlements are filled in their interstices by black people who are ever more encroaching on their territory. See, for a recent analysis, ALCHEMY. In the context of purely subsistence life, i.e., back on the rivers where sizable numbers of Indians live, they are looked up to by the ordinarily dominant black people. But at the same time, the Indian, though proud of his ethnicity vis-a-vis blacks, is not unafraid of the louder, more sizable black aggregates forever spreading into his territory. Whether simply by upstream retreat, or by becoming surrounded, aggregates of Indians are dominated by aggregates of black settlers. But on a one-to-one basis the black man shows considerable deference to the Indian, provided that money does not enter the situation. Black men feel that they have achieved a most desirable marriage should they win an Indian woman's hand, though the black man moving to town might leave his Indian wife in the forest. Such unions are quite rare, and there is considerable anti-black sentiment among Indians in terms of black man-red women's sexual relationships. Indian men,
Read that
on the
again.
marriage should they win an Indian woman's hand, the territory, whether simply by upstream retreat, or by becoming surrounded, aggregates of Indians are dominated by aggregates of black settlers. But on a one-to-one basis the black man shows considerable deference to the Indian, provided that money does not enter the situation. Black men feel that they have achieved a most desirable marriage should they win an Indian woman's hand, though the black man moving to town might leave his Indian wife in the forest. Such unions are quite rare, and there is considerable anti-black sentiment among Indians in terms of black man-red women's sexual relationships.
Go in my head with me on this.
Indian men, on the other hand, readily sleep with black women and take them as wives now and then. The children of mixed black Indian unions are called Zambo. They always fall into a non-Indian category.
Zambo,
Zambo.
they call them what?
The Cayapa call the black men Indian men, on the other hand, readily sleep with black women, and take them as wives now and then. The children of mixed black Indian unions are called Zambo.
Zambo, does that sound like a Sambo? Where do you think they get the term Sambo from? Sambo is a mixture of the frontiermen, black African frontier pioneer men that came in that were mixing with the Indians. They were called Zambos. Zambos, not a Sambo. Let me put in the chat for those that didn't hear it. The Zambos. Now, thank you, Squid. I appreciate something on this one. Peace, brother. Peace. I'm just typing in the chat. Go ahead, brother. Zambos, not Sambos. Go ahead, bro. What's up with you, Squid? It's been a minute.
What's up, Queen? I'm good. It has been a minute. Yeah. So
what you feeling about this? I just want your honest. I ain't gonna even say nothing. What's your input on this? I ain't even go too deep. I just feel a little, just so you can see where it's at. Now, what you thinking about this?
Man, I think it's some fire information. Because I ain't never heard Zambo from nobody.
Never.
From nowhere.
They were always mulatto. They was talking about, I seen the bills up yesterday, not to interrupt you, sorry, bro. I want to just say that since you said that. They kept talking about the mulatto. I'm like, come on, y'all. It's more than the shit y'all be saying. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I ain't. And you know, I had typed the list in somebody chat yesterday of all the mixed breed levels. And yo, I like that whole, well, there's a lot that I heard interesting, but the whole that a man would marry a woman and still leave her in the woods.
You hear that?
Yeah, and so
like a chain, but why would he do it? Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Because don't never apologize to me. Listen, after today, we can cut me. You know what I mean? We're gonna go in between if we got to. Goddamn, don't even apologize. Nah, we too old for that. We know each other, and so we know where we at for real. So I just see. I had guessed, or I pondered that there was a different status, different class of people, both here in America and over there in Europe, with people that had castles or homes, mansions, and shit like that, and that they was a separate status, separate people altogether than those that was out in the woods. You know what I mean? Right. And so this definitely backed that up. That there is that them people out in the woods could be left out in the woods. And I assume if they was brought into town, that their status would increase and maybe they would be called something else though.
And they were. It's documents on that I read that shows that exactly what you just said. So now they can be brought in on a certain status. This way you hear them talking about people, the Indians coming in as slaves. They was coming in as slaves, but they was using them and using their status that they had because see, they keep saying, oh, in the wilderness. No, we lived out in the woods. We was part of that was more of a thing that was important to us, being a part of nature. They wanted the concrete and all this stuff that separated you from the dirt and all this other different stuff. So I don't want to get into that, but still on the sense of that, we were, we had our castles and things. They had big old huge castles right up in the forest because that's how it was. They had the township set up like that. And where they thought it was primitive and this and that, and they wanted to come modernize and industrialize. Once they came over here and seen everything we had, oh man, we could take this and take it over here, take it over there. Yes, they had things back in those times, but a lot of that stuff they had was destroyed. They castles and stuff they was living in, that shit was deteriorated and messed up. A lot of that stuff, the floods and all those things that messed up those areas. They couldn't really, it wasn't habitable. Let me just say that it wasn't habitable. But our stuff over here stood strong. Our stuff was solid. That's why when they came here, they're looking like, oh shit, all the stuff we had here, and they want to take it to the other places. So now they start moving our stuff, even the mountains. They was taking like whole mountains and shit apart, taking all the dirt, landscape, and taking that shit to other places, bro. It was a lot, man. So much.
That's that World Fair shit. That World Fair where they break them buildings down, pretending like they was bringing them up, putting them up, but really they was taking them down, claiming that they was putting them together.
That part, brother, I be trying, man, I swear. I know it's so many of us on the same page, but you know what it is? People are in a battle to be the know-it-all. Oh, I'm the one, or I caught it, or this, and I'm so new to the community, brother, because remember, we was in our community. When I came into YouTube, I was in the community that we dealt with, me, that me and you be on, like, different people, Huey, all the different people, whether y'all go against each other, whatever, we still was all part of the same community. So now, remember when I came into the information of the Aboriginal, it switched up for me because I'm like, yo, hold on, this me too. I remember my grandma told me this, so that's why it came so important to me. I know y'all like,
you brought some heat too. I ain't never really noticed that we wasn't, like, you know what I mean, that it existed before we got there. Like I knew that there was people out there that was talking stuff or whatever, but you're right that we was definitely in other paper panels and shit, and and we wasn't really talking about it. And yo, it's like, look, if I teach you today about UFOs and you never know about it, you might have experience, you might got evidence, you might even got a good guess or knowledge of it, and then you right where you need to be. You know what I'm saying? It's like, can't nobody say that, oh, you was never supposed to be here because you wasn't there 5-6 years ago.
Exactly. Like, oh, how she just jumped. They be, you know what it is? They be feeling like they've been doing this so many years, and who am I to jump in and just go hard with this information? Because what it is, they mad because I go hard. I go hard with anything I do. I don't have to do shit. It is what it is, bro. You know, I'm all over. Come on now.
I already know.
Topic and I got you.
Listen, I was challenged to hit the link and went up there and got kicked. You know what I mean? Because, you know, that's what the conversation they wanted. Because I was in the chat, and you know what? I respect and like ad power. You know what I'm saying? So
too.
when I be like, let's say, saying shit, I don't never be like, you know, if somebody can say it, then it's like kung fu class. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if you see somebody wearing some shit that's fucked up, right? You might be like, excuse me, man, you look like you gonna walk out like that? You look like a hoe. You know what I'm saying? But you can tell them that, because that's the worst thing possible that someone can say. So you giving them a preparation, right? Before they go really walk out there and have a stranger tell them that shit. Then, you know what I mean? This shit different then. So I look at it like that. But the thing is, with what happened with you today is that I really wanted to know what you had to say. You hear me?
So weird.
And then he went on about how you was in the wrong. And so I had, you know what I mean? I was in the chat and I was telling him how that ain't the case. And you're like, well, come up. I knew he was going to kick. I knew it was a Saturday. You know, he's going to kick me eventually. But at the same time, I don't put too much thought into things. I go right into it as soon as, you know, I take the opportunity at my, you know what I mean? But that's what happened. And that's why he kicked me, because he went off talking about what he thought of himself. And like, come on, man. It's like, look, yo, remember back in them days when we was up there talking, you know what I mean, with them other panels and shit? Yo was around then too, you know, and, you know, we're not new to information, period. And, you know what I'm saying?
My thing is, this the thing, see, what it is homeboy takes things, I already know what it is. See, I'm a reader. I don't try to do the shit just there. I can't help it. But what it is this dude is, he don't like that I say certain things about Moors. That's one thing, right? Let's say that. He don't like the fact that I'm new. I come around with a lot of information. So when I go against what they perceive, this is the thing, they be perceiving it as I'm going against them when I say something that's not the same exact narrative that they have. Instead of them looking at what it is, but see, they don't be open to that because they know so much. And I'm so new. Who the hell am I to say something to them? Who the hell am I to bring something up to them that they don't know about, or they're not aware of, or they didn't know before? You know what I'm saying? So this is the thing that he has. So it's an ego thing with him. And I don't have time to battle with a person's ego. My thing is I'm respectful. I didn't do anything wrong. First off, I didn't even come up here to talk to you, sir. I said you were the one that was talking last. So I said A1, I said AP, I said anybody else on the panel. So just to make sure it was clear.
You sure did.
Thank you. I'm glad it was said. I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn I said that. Like, it was actually that I wanted to come up, bring the information, and then let's discuss it, because it was a few people up there that I appreciate their brain power, right? So my thing is, I came up. I don't come up on AP panel like I used to because of this type of shit. These niggas with their ego, and they so, you know, they I don't know if they be getting, I don't know what they be getting, but they get weird and shit with me. So I don't even go up there like that, because see, I don't like to be getting put out of my place, and then my character is assassinated because I'm a flipped on you, because I will flip on your ass. It's only so much.
No bullshit.
Like real talk, you know, Squid. I'm only gonna take so much, but I'm very respectful. I'm very kind, and I try not to be rude. I actually came up on Ab Powers panel. Let's clarify this, to ask a question to the whole panel. I know he co-hosts. I know he got powers on there to do what he choose and all this other shit. But first off, it's still not your panel, bro. He allows you to access because of the respect he has for you. So anybody knows that. So we respect you on the sense of the respect that he got for you, because you got that. But my thing is, I get on someone's panel. Who are you to do all of this? Jump down my throat because I'm saying something about, are you saying this? You're putting words in my mouth. You saying shit I ain't even saying. He said like 2 things I ain't even mentioned. I'm looking like,
ultra defensive for no reason. Let me tell you a story real quick about how much information don't care who you are. Earlier last week, I hit the panel and had a talk with AP. I was at Ab Power channel, but I was talking to A1, right? Okay. And I did exactly what you did. I had a question and I wanted, and I had follow-up questions that after I asked him about, you know what, you're gonna trip. I went in, I asked him about Quakers and if Quakers had anything to do with earthquakes because of the earthquake. I swear it was.
So hold on, just as you said that, do you know he may have thought I was being funny? And now, mind you, I didn't even see or know shit about that. He might have thought I was bringing up Quakers because you said it. Now, I didn't know you said nothing about no damn Quaker.
Right, and that was like almost a week ago.
Wow, that's
or
crazy.
a couple of days ago. Yeah. And so after I got past that, he said that was a good idea. He don't have nothing on it, but we could build on it. And we went to talking, and then I started picking his brain about shit that where I'm at, just like you said. I need some people to peer review some of this shit that I'm doing on the same page. Exactly what you said. When you said that today, just, you know what I mean? I was like, you know what? You know what I mean? So I did that. And it was a productive, it was a positive build. It was no issues, you know what I'm saying? But this the thing. During that build, what I had learned from A1, because I'm subscribed to the brother, but I ain't catch his builds. Like I might, at first I might have like, I recently subscribed to bro, and so I say peace or whatever, and then I be into other shit. I be listening to other shit. I be listening. Sometimes I be listening to two people at once because I be doing the same shit I do on them live streams. That you feel me? And it's like I be listening to people like a radio, so I be on the other screen putting shit together, listening, right? And so, sister, man, I've been on this trail. It seemed like the convergence.
I got some on that Quaker shit too, just mentally, spiritually. So, but
okay, go ahead.
All right. I don't want to get into it because it might go somewhere. But yeah, I could tap into you on some of that in a minute. But I want to hear what you were just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, man, this build, like I've been on the same path since day one. And I'd get led to different little places or whatever. And so, the path took me to, it was homegrown carbon crowns. Some people in my chat added some shit, and I was about to go up in the Fiji, in the, what they call it, Rapa Nui Islands with the big stone statues and shit, because I had just did the little look at these pyramids in South America with the LiDAR. They found new pyramids in the Amazon. So I went in on that, like, who the fuck, these things wasn't built by no humans. How the fuck was, because listen, if you look at, I know people know about La Danta and all these pyramids, but there are structures there that are the size of small states, it looked like. And they're made like a fucking pyramid though. And my mind was blown because I'm like, all right, now we're not dealing with human slaves. We're dealing with something else. So I'm about to jump into Rapa Nui with them stone statues because I know it got something to do with what's out there, right? And then somebody suggested check out Hawaii and what they say about dwarves, because that's what I was getting into. I was freestyling. I was like, if humans ain't do this shit, what's up with this term stone dwarf? Right, because these stone dwarfs that we see in movies, these little midgets are always doing something with stone.
Hold on, the ones. I'm sorry, I'm in my head. Go ahead. I mean,
I'm trying to rap. I'm trying to be fast, but that's what happened. It was like, I'm looking at it like, what's up with these little terms? And so somebody suggested Hawaii. Look at Hawaii, what they say about the dwarves and the elves and they land, right? And so I read it, and it said at the last, you know how they give you like, it could have been this, it could have been that, it could have been this. And then at the last line, it said, but one story said that it was really done by a sorcerer who had the power over the elves, because the elves are spirits. And so when you take that spooky shit out the way, thinking about little people, you're dealing with a sorcerer that got the power over spirits to get shit done. And then that's what led me to Oceana.
I'm sorry, bro. Did you ever do the build? See the build I did on the Shamir worm?
Yeah.
Now, what you just said puts me in the mind of that. And
you're right.
Think about that, right?
There you go. Yes, yes, you're right. Because
I just wanted
actually,
to throw
that
that in on what you said. That's crazy.
yeah, I'm glad you did. That's definitely on the point. Because when you did that, Bill, my 2 cents was that they had turned these Shamir worms into people, and that's why these people just automatically knew what to do with stones, because they was somehow some artificially created machine. Though organic, they still was like, if you take that Shamir worm and you do some DNA on that motherfucker, you can make little people that know how to do shit with stones. So
And
yeah,
then
yo,
think about
definitely fits
that
in.
yes. Think about that as well when it comes to okay. remember I kept trying to tell you not just you, but I'm sorry. I was telling people last year it was a big thing I was bringing on that Tirthankara and trying to show people the information on that, and the Buddha, the big giant Buddha statues, you know, all of this shit plays into this. And a lot of that that same thing, like how they'll talk about blue. Damn, I lost my thought. Shit, you said something that made me think of something now and I lost it. I hate that.
It's been a while. It's been a while, yo.
Yeah, okay, but okay, anyway, let me go to the other point I was gonna make. And then the other thing, the Rupert's drop. Remember we went over that too. I had did a build on that about a year and a half ago. I don't know if I mentioned it to you, but did you ever hear me talk about the Rupert's drop?
No.
Oh,
I don't
man.
know.
Brother, the Rupert's drop. Now, this is this crystalline type of a structure, right? They used to give them as gifts to kings, right? So after doing studies on it, and I thought about the homunculus, and I'm like, oh, I said, maybe this is a way for them to transport the cells to the king. This is why it was so delicately treated. And you can only, it's unbreakable. It can only be broken at the tip. Once you shatter the tip, the whole thing just disseminates. So now being this type of crystal formation, right, it could be capsulated by certain lights and things, right? So once you bust it, boom, that energy comes out, possibly that cell or that stem cell or that structure that they would use to create a homunculus, if that makes sense to you. So yeah, all of that playing into what you just said. Then they got the. I want to show this video. Hold on, I gotta stop showing this real quick. Man, I was gonna go some more on that, but I want to show this real quick. This video so you can see. I want you to see these critters, not critters, but these things that you were just talking about, the little stone and you know, we were talking about with the Shamir. Now check this out. Now watch this video. It's at the end part, but this video is still fire. Let's go.
All right.
Oh, English.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, English. 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 old 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 English.
What you talking about?
Ooh.
Look, here we go.
Old English. Old English.
There you go.
Old English.
Mushroom.
Yep, the mushroom people though. Look at them. Them people with the head like a severe worm.
Yep.
Old English.
That's how they made them.
See? I said, no, he didn't talk about that. I said, I had to play this.
English.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
Coming together, okay?
Yes, it is. I'm doing that. That's why I got the 7 dwarfs and all that.
Okay, all that.
Old English. Old English. Old English. Old English.
That part.
Wow. Yo, who was that? What's up? Yo, that was nice.
Oh man, I gotta get his name. His name is Mississippi in my chat, but his actual name. Hold on, let me drop the link.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna try to find a picture, man, that I need you to see. Because based off what you just showed me, right? And what we talking about, I want think about you seeing the mushrooms. If you can pull it up to them tall headed first of all, them statues was fire.
Okay, say that again, bro. I had the thing start going back. So
them statues is fire.
Fire, right?
Those are all Met. Those are old Met. All of those are old.
Yes.
Met. Right. Man, and you know what? I just feel retarded because I had just seen it. I've been working on this shit all day. And I need to find this picture. I can't do it because it's too much. I don't know where to start.
You know what that?
But this is the thing. The Chinese, if you could look up Pangu, if you could pull it up, Look up
Pangu.
Pangu, Pangu,
Okay.
and you're gonna see something that's highly interesting related to what you just showed us.
Mm.
It got everything to do with. You got everything to do with it. I mean,
Oh,
all
that's
you would
great.
need to do is pull up them tall-headed people. Because I ain't never see so many of them, the tall-headed
Mm-hmm.
right? And so that tell me that there was a whole people. I mean, I got a folder called Tall Head.
This you okay? You
No,
this,
no, go to images. Go to images. There's one particular one in particular.
Okay.
There you go, right there. Yep.
This
Yep.
right
Yep.
here.
Look at what
Wow.
the fuck he doing. Click on it and get the whole picture.
Dang, I hate when they don't be. Why don't we want to expand on here? Let me
Go
see.
down a little bit.
Let's go to the see. Okay, there you go. I have to go to the page. Wow.
No, just go to the one further down. There's one right under there. You see the whole thing probably with that.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back then. Oh, I'm on another page. Okay, so further down from here, right?
Like right under this little short box. You see the one under there? It might be a longer one. You can see the whole body on the right.
Oh, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me see.
So you can see how, yep, that shows the whole body. The tall one, yep. Look at that. That is a tall-headed stone dwarf meatball. And he got, look at what's in his hand. It's a chisel and a hammer. And he beating on a stone. So there go your builders.
Crazy. Yeah. That's crazy.
So this will tie into all the terraforming that has been done. and let me tell you this. What I was doing ever since that day when I went into the Hawaiian, I found that Oceania, the Pacific Ocean area, is the bee's knees to all of these symbolisms. It looked like the origin spot. I'm gonna say a origin spot, right? And I'm talking about they talked about Pangea.
Because that is what they would consider Pangea, bro. All that is what they would consider is Pangea. I keep telling people all the time it was all connected. All connected.
That crescent moon is really talking about Pangea. And you know, when I got up there and talked to the brother about it, you know, it turned out that the Moors and the occultists, they know all about it because he went into a book and he read from a book. And the things that he read in that book was things that I had pictures on. And so it was a blow to, you know, if I had an ego, I would have been hurt. But I was more kind of respectfully set back inwardly, right? Because
what was the book saying?
The book was saying all the shit that I was trying to say with the lineups I was building on Oceania. That this is where these people from Mu is they the ones that dispersed into the world and colonized America, Asia, Africa. And that's what I was saying at my channel. And I have no idea about this book. I didn't know I don't listen to Manly P. Hall. I don't listen to none of the motherfuckers. And then here he go. He using Manly P. He talking about all these people that talked about Lumeria and Mu and how they've been saying that shit. Right. And so that's what I was trying to say with when it comes to information, don't respect nobody. Because if I was to, let's say, not talk to him and I would have just came through, I would have thought that it was nobody else putting it together or put that shit together, but they did. And it's okay. But it's like, yo, at the end of the day, man.
Just that I'm showing you now, just so you know. Look, showing them with the football, doing the yoga, all of this Mayan Inca culture. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
So let me tell you something that I need help with, right? Or not. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. In those little creation stories from out of the Pacific, they said that God made two people, one with straight hair and one with curly hair. So when you see the world tree, which is in the middle of the crescent moon, and you always see the one dude on one side and the other dude on the other side of a world tree, these are the two people that they talking about, one with curly hair, one with straight hair. And it's just been in our face the whole time. And I didn't have the, you know what I mean, the sense to be able to see it everywhere until now.
It was another video I want to show. I don't know if it's on here or not. It might be on my TikTok. I think it's on my TikTok.
Man, those Olmec statues, man, I like that.
Man,
Because,
I need to. I'm gonna do a build on that, bro. I might even do it this week since I brought that up. They have oh my gosh, I got a book that got the structures is so freaking beautiful. It's just crazy. You'd be looking like, what the heck? It's just beautiful. I mean, it ain't even nothing to say, but just beautiful. And those just some of the pics. I did a whole series. I did a look on my community tab when you get a second. I did a whole 5 series on it. Mad pictures of structures, all them different statues, showing the meaning, what it was, everything.
That type of stuff I think is important, because some of them statues showing other people that people can't glaze over and say, well, those people is melanated, or those people is us, or those people, we don't. Right. Some of them people out of them statues in South America, they look like they got little Chinese people. They look like they got little white people on that motherfucker.
They was all together, bro. I'm telling you, all this shit was together at one damn time. It was all together at one time. When they talk about this Pangea, all that, the only thing is when things happen in the earth moved and start shifting, things started breaking. And so parts of the land, they kind of separated, just like where Alaska and Russia, all that, they used to be able to walk across right there. Asia and America, they used to walk across right there. All that stuff got broken down. So now these people that came over through certain areas start trying to manipulate and say, oh, this is always here, this and that. No, it wasn't always here. It was always a part of this shit. And now y'all trying to act like it was separate because y'all want to create a culture off of our shit that never belongs to y'all. That's what's going on. That's what's really going on. All over the globe. Real talk.
And I think that these people that is really on the hijack shit, the motherfuckers is descendants of them Shamir worms you was talking about.
Yes.
Because
bro, you remember the incubator baby build I did? You caught that last year. You just that and them people. They're all the created. All these Frankenstein ass damn people. All these damn people that don't have no kind of real true essence to this earth. So this is why they don't care. If y'all cared about this earth and what was going on, half the shit they doing, they wouldn't even be doing to it. But they don't have it tied to it because it doesn't mean anything to them.
Man, that to me, I see the grip of the system in these people, even if they are peers and scholars and things like that, because that spirit of wickedness do be up in concepts of wisdom, because they do. You know, you could manipulate somebody if you hold back the truth.
That's right.
And
That's right.
you know, it's like, you ever get that feeling that somebody knows you, they know your material, but they what I'm saying, that type of shit. And
want
so
to hold you back, or don't want other people to know that you're on a certain level, because they want to be looked at. People like to be looked at as a god. They always be, I'm a god. They want to be looked at like a god. If you're a god, you don't have to say that, because people don't recognize that light. You know, it's evident. You feel me?
I wouldn't even put myself in that type of trouble unless I was just really heated. I done said that to people before, but it's a rare occasion for me to get that, to be able to want to state it. I must be in a room with meatballs. You hear me? So,
for real.
Yeah.
And that's what be happening too. It'd be so much going on with that. People got to get out of that. If we all come together that have the insight and the knowledge and stuff, man, you know how powerful this was supposed to be. We're supposed to be coming together, everybody grouping together, everybody going, you know what I'm saying? And then and the information with some of the stuff, I only rarely visit over there because I still do like and respect AP, on the sense that if that brother really got me to looking at, dang, what my grandmother said is a big deal. It's not that, oh, you're Indian, you know, that's a big freaking deal. That means something, you know. And when I understood that, he helped me to really like, wait a minute, I got to really get into this information a little bit more, because it's deeper than just the Indian, the name, the title, you know, So that's why I have a little respect for the brother, and I try to keep that. But that dude, I don't know what his problem is, but I don't even know you, dude. I didn't even see you on AP channel for like a year. I have been over there. I don't know where you came from. I don't subscribe to your channel. I don't listen to the shit you talking about with that fake ass Moore shit, because you the fake ass Moore. I don't want to hear nothing. Confidence Moore. Shut your ass up. Don't get me started, because I don't want to go there. I be trying to leave you alone out of respect for AP, because I don't want no problem. But all I'm gonna say is I don't believe in none of that stuff. I hear what he be saying. A lot of the stuff he say makes sense, but a lot of Moors got some smooth ass words that don't be particular to what it's supposed to be. A lot of Moors are Indians, and I understand that as well. But the way you push information and try to hold information back, what is it? What do you not want people to hear or see? That's what I don't understand. This is when I start having a problem, because today I didn't do nothing but try to bring information that y'all don't know shit about. Obviously, because y'all ain't never mentioned it. So now I'm bringing it to y'all so we can all talk about this. Y'all give me y'all idea. Tell me if y'all seeing what I'm seeing, or y'all saying, no, sister, so you ain't even give me the opportunity to bring this shit up. Let
ain't no excuse.
What we talking about.
All right. Ain't no excuse. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no other way around it. Any attempt at an excuse is the same fucking city slicker scam ass ways that motherfuckers relay their information in the first place, with the embellishment here and there to make it pretty. And, you know, I ain't gonna lie. I be wanting, listen, I be listening. I be building my own shit. It ain't nothing that I'm doing got anything directly related to what these people talking about, mostly, right? So all this, hit the link if you got something to say. I ain't gonna hit no link to argue for what? You feel me? Because I'm definitely on my own shit. But when I be hearing shit like Africa ain't had shit ever, that shit be making me want to jam on them, even though I'm an American. It's the fact that they wrong. And I don't like that. I don't like that, because I had learned that, look, these people from Mu came through Sumeria as the Anunnaki. And guess what, yo, sister soul? Guess what? I'm in Nigeria bushes, right? I'm looking because I found a pyramid in Nigeria, right? And so I listened to what they was saying about the origin of Nigerians, and they claimed they had came from the Middle East. And I said, what the fuck? That don't make no sense to me, right? But then when I looked at the Anunnaki and I saw that they had outfits made like islanders, when I started identifying their clothes as islander clothes, like the part that you showed here in this video in which they had the reef around their hair, with the green reef over their head.
Those the Anglos of light, Anglo-Saxons, all of them people.
I'm talking about the green reef of grass around their head. That's some islander shit.
Yes.
And so I was like, okay, so now it looks like it's clear that the people from Mu, when that shit fell, came into both directions. They went into the Americas, they went into Asia, they went in the Middle East and Africa, because now that makes sense. What the Nigerians say, that their ancestors come from the Middle East because their ancestors was from Mu, and they came into Africa and settled out there, man. That shit is wild. And the whole time I'm thinking like, damn, ain't nobody on this shit. So then when I start now all of a sudden I start seeing people talking about Pangea now, right? I start seeing people talking about Mu and shit, Lumerius, all in the works. And I'm like, yo, is this synchronicity? Or is this just demons trying to get you? You know, I smoke weed. I be thinking about that mystical shit sometimes. Be like, God damn, these motherfuckers out here looking like the agents off the motherfucking Matrix. As soon as you come up with some shit, the motherfuckers pop up over your shoulder, like, all right.
Right.
It's highly interesting. Even though it might not always be that, but at least acknowledge that, yeah, that shit do make you feel that way sometimes.
But you know what it be too, brother? A lot of times the information be out there, right? And it's like, it's in the, how can I say, it's in the atmosphere where, since we all connected, we all on the same ether and shit, it's so easy for it to just be, for somebody to grab it. Once you put it out there, or that thought is that energy. Once that energy wave hit, it hit the frequency of everything that we connected to, anybody gonna grab that shit. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Facts, Queen. That shit real. You ever thought that you may be thinking too loud and people gonna steal your thoughts?
Yeah. Talk about it. It doesn't happen. I done been sitting up thinking something, right? And my homegirl called me with what I'm thinking about. Like, I kid you not, this happened with two different homegirls that I'm close to. And so I know it's because we're synced. It's like, damn, we on that frequency and shit. They can't help it. They can't help it. It's like
they trying to be themselves. They trying to think of the best shit for themselves. And guess what? Your frequency is where they respect that word, that knowledge, and they be thinking for themselves, and they take from that basket, and that's them coming up. Now, if that's the case, and that's with us here, what does that say about the world? What does that say about our people? And that if we get together and we start thinking alike out loud, man, those people in other countries gonna follow suit.
Yeah, bro, do you know this is all I've been trying to do, Squid? I don't know if you remember, like since the year before last, not last year before last. I was saying that we need to come together. Remember, I was telling we was doing the meditations and stuff. I've always been talking about this, but people want to be separated so much because so many people. This is the thing. A lot of people want to have that some type of status of knowledge with people. They want them to feel like, oh my gosh, they got it all. They always tell me, oh, don't get caught up in religious, this and that. But then y'all want people to look at you in an aspect, and it's similar to the same way. Come to you for all answers. This and that. No, it's not all about you. It's not about the one person. It's about the collective. The collective. It's about the collective. Unless the collective comes together, things will not be proficient as they should be, because the power and the energy is in the collective. But when people want to try to separate themselves, and then you want to take on all of the energy and shit, well, damn, you about to blow a light bulb, because you can't handle you can't handle the pressure. You can't handle all of this energy.
It's not even worth trying, to be honest. You know, I'll take an L, and I'll let somebody get credit before I stress myself out to prove myself. The way I look at it, Queen, is that God gonna give me my credit that's due.
That's right.
I can't depend on no man, no person to say, yeah, you gave me a great idea, you learned, or let's build. Even though as informationalists as we are, we want, even if it's secretly, right? We want people to chime in and give their 2 cents. Let me tell you something, sister. So I've been out here for years, right? I can count how many people in my chat on a regular basis on both my hands, right? And I can count how many Cash App donations I got on one of them motherfuckers. But you know what? Those things don't mean nothing, because when we get into the building and we start doing this thing and whatever, man, you know what it's about. And so I feel like
the people,
the fruits of our work is going to be given. And that's why I'm thinking about who the fuck is in these UFOs. They the ones that's really trolling. They know your algorithm. They know how strong you are as a soul, as a mind. And so whenever higher beings ever choose to commandeer this world, they're going to allocate the roles for the future to people who they think is worthy. So I say, fear not people getting to subscribe to you or support your channel. Do what the fuck you doing, because at the end of the day, it's going to show, man. And look how synchronicity got us together. We both got kicked out of the same channel, same panel. Guess what? You know what I'm saying? In the same day, over the same stuff, and we both got our main channels hijacked for a week.
Yeah.
So crazy. You know what I'm saying? And like, I didn't know that happened to your channel.
Yep, I did. And you know what's crazy? Let me tell you why they did it, bro. Guess what I was showing? I was showing a movie from 1912. Mind you, you know how many channels got that all they do is show old ass movies and they don't get no copyright? Wow. All they do is show old movies. All I did was show 10 minutes of the movie. They struck my shit, bro. Guess what the movie was?
What?
Cowboys and Indians. And when I said it had so much juice in that shit, when I say that movie is so juicy, it's crazy. And I remember hearing that movie before, but I never really seen it, you know, because it's an old movie. But it shows how they had like the sheep grazing, how they start moving the like killing off their stock and stuff so that they couldn't make the blankets using the wool from the sheep. Like, I mean, just it's so I can't even think of all the stuff that was in the movie, but the movie is crazy. It reveals so much, talks about it said right in the beginning of it, right? It says, oh yes, before they came, the Indian was here for a century. Bro, when I tell you the movie says so much, it's crazy. You watched this? I think you was in there when I first started watching. So yeah, we seen at least the first 10 minutes of it. It was so many jewels it was dropping. I can't even think of all the stuff it was saying. But yeah, they blocked that. I was like, wait a minute.
So they blocked it. They blocked it during you was playing it.
Video. It wasn't even my video. It was an internet archive video, bro.
Wow.
Literally playing it off of it.
Listen, you know what? We need to start sharing. I was thinking about how I could share things that's going to get me blocked because, listen, I enjoyed that whole whatever I was doing. I had no idea my shit was shut down because I didn't listen to so much anti-Black, anti-African rhetoric that I had to go back to my roots, and I just wanted to listen to hours of Rasta music where I could hear a positive message that got something to do with me and my people, and not hear about all this dumb shit of people thinking they gangster when they not. Like, I've been burning down Babylon since the 90s, mentally, spiritually, living like this. And a lot of people be testing temperatures and all that other fuck shit. I don't even know what that is. But I'm just saying they be, they don't know who they be talking to sometimes. And the way I see it, I was in my zone and I was putting shit together, and I'll just listen to Sizzler, Capleton, Garnet Silk. And I think, you know what I think did it? I fucked around and wanted to listen to Reggae Gold 1997. And that shit probably got me blocked. But I think of it like this, right? I've been going live so often that it was God that did that, because I listened to Rasta and that shit got me not. I'm gonna take that. You feel me? I'm gonna take that one. So I might just share some videos and be like, yo, this is the vibe that I'm vibing. This is the song that I want to hear with y'all, without me getting fucked up, because I ain't going front. I don't really like being censored at all. That's why I don't hit links, because I'm not somebody that could talk to someone who's triggerish, right? Because I got triggers too. I don't need to be threatened with being kicked off a panel and I can't finish saying what I'm saying. I might as well just kirk out on me.
You making my point for me. I can't even clarify that ain't my point, and you done made the whole damn point for me. Now you done kicked my ass off, and somebody else got a whole idea about what I'm saying. That's the type of shit they be on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and then they go on and on about what you almost said. like you want to do a build about what you thought they was gonna say. Like, what the fuck sense that make?
I don't be understanding. I'm telling you, it's that complex. They want people to look up to them and this, and just like. It's like they have to have this attention, and I be sitting here thinking like, well, dang, I'd be thinking half of these guys, they smart enough, they seem intelligent enough, right? And it's like, we see your intelligence, not to say nothing about the person. I ain't gonna mention your name, but not to say nothing about the person, but we know that they're not a dummy, right? Let me just say it like this. So people see your intelligence. You don't have to try to force it on people. You don't have to prove it to people that you are the greatest of this, or all this, and you've been doing it. People see what you do. They're gonna see what you do. You display that. I display my information because I choose to. I could have a huge channel. I don't even lie. I could be jumping from panel to panel to panel, dropping my link. Y'all come subscribe, Bro, since I've been around, I ain't never did that. You ain't never heard me jump on nobody's shit. Hey, subscribe to my channel. I don't do that. My channel grows organically because the people seek me. And those are the people that I want to be on my frequency. I need people on my page that's in my group. People that are behind me, so I can build us up. Because these are the strong-minded people. They not listen to these other people trying to say, oh, she's so competitive. She did that last time. Did what last time? You're trying to make something up about a person and just doing shit like that, trying to put a persona on people and stuff like that. I don't need people that follow that have them. Let me say it like this. I want to say this right. I don't need the people, right, that have the type of mind state that they can follow what other people say and not really see truth for what it is or see what's really going on. You know what I'm saying, bro? And that's where I get lost. I can see people in the chat. I'm looking like, what are they thinking? They completely brainwashed. This man say something, they're like, yep, she was rude.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
I need people that can think
facts.
on their own. Your own, you gotta be your own thinker. I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
Right. I don't want that type of, I don't, the only time I think I ever really promoted my channel is when the brother asked for me to drop my link. If anyone asks me to drop my link, I'll drop it. But I've been on the path by myself so long. The way I act in chats is I'm liable to get booted. And I don't really go there to spread what I think as far as my information. And the people don't really talk about, we might agree, we might do whatever, but it don't be at a level to where I'm gonna go up there and I want my voice to be heard. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna tell you like this, the way I'm in real life, I don't like attention. I don't like everyone looking at me and shit like that. I don't like people knowing who the fuck I am. You understand? I'm fast, I'm quick, and I'm in and out and all this other shit. I don't linger. So this is probably the only place I would be lingering. Like you'll see me just constantly saying shit. I'll be, listen, I was at Sinetta last night tearing their little ass up in the chat. Hey, I had a ball last night at Sinetta. It was nobody could block me too because I was I was with that pro Pan African shit. You feel me? I was dragging the shit out. Hey, listen, that shit was fun, And you know what I mean? Like, I like that. And people might not, might not like me for it, but they're not gonna say shit to me about it. So they should get over. You feel me? Like, look, that shit was funny, man.
I don't understand why people be trying to be, putting this persona on me because they want people to look at me in a certain way. People that know me, they know how I am. And I know me. Shit, I will snap on your ass if it goes to that. But only if it goes to that. And a lot of times, Square, you should be able to vouch for me. I can ignore it a lot of times. I'll ignore it. I can bypass it. But when it be consistently and for no reason, and now you disrespecting. Now it's time. I feel like I just got to let loose on you a little bit because you're giving me some type of energy that I need to give back to you because I'm not gonna absorb that shit. I'm not gonna just take that, sit there and take it, and okay, talk to me like this, and then we'll move along. Hell no, we can't do that with me.
Hey, you know what? Within the last 2 weeks on a panel, I ain't gonna name drop, but I was on a panel. And one guy, he really weird. You feel me? He's not a threat. He just basically be wrong a lot, and he do a lot of talking. And when I said something about what he was saying, and he was like, he just isolated me. He was like, I don't know who you are. You don't know me, and I'll fuck you up. You don't know who you talking to. And you know what I did? I sat there and I let him go on a fucking tirade and chew me out. It's been so long since somebody actually chewed me out that I actually was like, this is interesting. It was basically like, you ever see the movies with a giant just holding the dude's head and he's swinging and shit, but he not touching nothing? It was something like that. It was like he just punched me in my stomach left and right, and I just want him to get it off his chest. It don't hurt me. The mere fact that he claimed that he don't know me do himself a disservice. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not going to go out my way to say, do you know who I am?
You know me. Don't act like you don't know my name and all that nonsense.
Yeah. So I said, when he had took a breath, I said, ain't nobody going to believe that shit. Just like that. Just real calm.
Simple. Done.
You know what I mean?
On to the next, because that was,
man, we on other levels, man, for real. We really on high levels.
I just be wanting to get my people to the truth. My thing is when it's so much info, because you got a file like mine. Like, it's so much info you want to attack and get at and show people, just organizing certain thoughts of things you want to put together. It's kind of hard to do that when you really be doing this studying. It's so much information you want to put out. There's not enough time in the day. I could put out a build like 2 times every day, and I still can't get out all the information I want to get out. And then you get so warped with all this information, it gets disorganized. I'll forget about stuff sometimes. Shit, I done studied up that, oh, I'm gonna do a build on this. Oh, I'm gonna do a build on that. I'll go to looking at something else, and then I get caught up in that, and I forget all about that. And it's like, it's so much stuff. So why can't we all just bring all our information together? Let's get this multitude, like at a round table type shit. Everybody get this information. We all drilling, we all doing it, this, and that, and boom, we can come to something better. But people don't want to do that. That's why we have to be really astute to where we spending our time. That's why if you notice, I used to be on these panels a lot. I had to stop doing that because it's like I can't keep giving my energy to people that want to abuse me when they, instead of understanding, I'm trying to help. I'm not here to hurt you or harm you. I'm here to give some insight. I'm here to show. Just because I'm new don't mean I don't have anything to show you. I've been around for plenty of years. I've been studying a lot of information before, when some of y'all was still in diapers in preschool. So like, this should be crazy, like how they don't really have the respect, but they'll respect certain people that don't even got respect their damn self for themselves. It's just so weird.
Hey, yo, so at least you know and you conscious and you can see it. Let me tell you something about myself. I can see how a person can come to my channel, or at least let's say I've been going live every day, but just about for hours on end for some months now, because I have the opportunity. Like there's an opportunity for me to actually do it this way, right? Like I used to only have the opportunity to do it certain times of the day, but I have a time in which I have the opportunity to be as live as much as I want to, really. And so I'm even if I'm not doing nothing but cleaning my files, I would go live and all this and that. And so what I think goes on is that I can see how somebody could like come to the channel and they see all these videos with long hours. It's very, I think it's counterproductive because, because people, when it comes to how people think of internet YouTube videos, right? Like, who gonna spend 6 hours and most of that shit is me, you know what I mean, doing something else, like that type of shit. But in my mind, and whoever following me, we is at like a level of pace where it makes sense in our head what we've done, right? And so it's just a bunch of clutter, right? And so it looked like hoarding type shit. It's just it looked like a fucking mess, and I understand that, but it only appeared that way. But I understand where and what I'm trying to do, and so being taken off YouTube provided me the opportunity to clean up. Yo, listen, this video that you showed is also an idea that I've had, because I made some nice little beats and music and shit, right? And I was thinking about showcasing the music that I've made with slideshows. And so I'm taking I'm not going to be so how would you say, take the pressure off that it's up to you, right? Take some of that pressure off that it's only up, do what you're doing. But it's like with all these ideas that go on, I can only cover but so many subjects at one time. You know that these folders that I have, they really is getting down to the line now. And when they're done, I think that for the most part, I will be able to tackle any subject. And I know what folder to go to and all of that. And then past that, it's like that pressure is what I put on myself. Right? So it's like at the end of the day, what we want, the truth. I sat here and I worked on this shit with Pacific Ocean. I got all their little dumbass pictures. I done found their little symbols, and I realized that the whole world looking at this island as the source, but they're not telling nobody. And so when I hear the more telling me that, oh yeah, we know about that shit, I think to myself, well, motherfucker, why I ain't know about it? Why ain't nobody tell me why this is a secret in this white supremacy world that black people with white hair existed, and the rulership since Pangea is a real thing. The world tree, they know about it, And here I am thinking I got a debate with motherfuckers think it's a flat earth or a globe and talk about the world tree like I'm the only one doing it. Now I realize that these occultists been giving me the cold shoulder and the slight eye because they know what I'm saying is true. Ain't that a bitch? It made me want to slap the shit out of their dumbass. You feel me? Like, fuck all this smart shit. Let's get these angels on deck and start chopping heads because that's what we want our shit. You feel me? We want what's right for our people, man, and our kids and all that. This shit is real out here.
Shit. Even these the Pan Africans, they part of the shit. They ass no because they part of it. Half of they ass they screaming Pan African, but they using the rights of indigenous because they know they got indigenous ancestry, which is weird as hell. So why are y'all pushing it? Because y'all want to try to hold and keep ciphering it off for yourself with your thieving, greedy asses. That's what's going on the real sense of the thing.
The money, it's the money, sister. So you know how many families of oligarch, Prince Hall, Eastern Star, respectfully, their family, it's like it's not even really the person's fault. It's like you attacking somebody for what their ancestors did when they was having a status that was more above a slave or a poor person, right? Like the institution of the people through indoctrination of education is existing in the education system of school, and it's also existing in the secret education of the occult mystic schools or the lodges. And this gives people a sense of pride in themselves for knowing wisdom. So they in a sense, they put a price tag on wisdom, saying that for you to know wisdom, you have to be a part of this secret society. And once you're in it, you're going to marry somebody in it. Y'all going to have kids and y'all going to grandfather them into it. And they're going to create a separation between the initiated and the uninitiated. And today we got the people that's in the hood and the ghettos, poverty. They from families that are uninitiated. Whereas the people that come from initiated families, they have big families, huge families. And you don't want to hate on somebody having a what you call a family reunion and shit. You know, it's not something to just bang on them like, oh, y'all Masons, y'all Eastern Stars, we want to bang on you. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. Because the hoops that they done had people go through to get that status is claiming to be African.
Yep.
It's institutionally stitched into
because
our genetics.
It's part of the Commonwealth. Because see, the Commonwealth makes it common for everybody to be a part of it. You can come from another country, have a part of this wealth. Just come to the land of the free and just come on, have a part of it. So it's all part of these people incorporating themselves into the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth actually belongs to the heresy of the indigenous, right? That's the whole wealth. But now they're making it Commonwealth and bringing other people and having them participate in it.
That's how. That's that. And you know what? Think of it like this. And look, this is not shots for anyone listening, anything like that. This is observation. When Masons, Masons, they got a ledger. They can find another fellow Mason any state in the country, maybe even in the world. If they could look them up like the Yellow Pages. And so you see this when you see certain channels and stuff got these high profile guests. They ain't shit, but there's for some reason we supposed to make a big hoop. It's the same shit internationally, Queen.
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers got Masonic lodges in the world. And those foreigners, they come over here and they link up with other Masons, and under the false sense of brotherhood, the motherfuckers take the status spaces.
That's right. That's how they do it. And then they have all these people that are continuously coming in and being incorporated through the education system. Like you said, now they got them and they start to plant the nations this way because they're incorporated through the system. Now, since they're in the system, they're part of that structure. They can give them more benefits. They're going to be able to get the grants. They're going to get loans. They're going to do this. They can start businesses. They can blah, blah, blah. So they feed them because now you're orchestrating and helping us with our orchestrated plan. So now we're going to give you the reward by giving X, Y, and Z. And that's the same thing that was happening while I was showing this with the pioneers and stuff, because that's what they did with them. They had them Africans. All they try to say, oh, African slave trade, African slave trade. That's a lie. Those Africans that were coming over here, most of them were not slaves. They came here with slaves, with white slaves. It just read it. And we read this many times before. They came here with these white slaves, and a lot of them were being used because they were used to cultivate our lands. And then they were easy to blend because they were the same color, but they weren't our people. So now they have all these people that come in here and they're setting up these churches. This is why these AME churches are all over the places, because these Africans, the ones that had the money to come and set up, they wasn't no poor African slaves. Shit, they had money. They were setting up just like a lot of places. They came and set up shop, and they were coming in just like the other immigrants, so on and so forth.
And you know what? To add on to that, the African Methodist Church is created by Masons.
Yes.
Right? Now, you know what I'm saying? And so, but when we look at them, we're going to think of them, according to this country, the way the government, they're African Americans. And so then we don't see, and you know what? I ain't going front, man. I grew up going to an AME church. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, dang, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I ain't never think I thought African Methodist was strong. Like coming up, they're like, you think you African Methodist, that's different from Baptist or the other joints. And back in them days, just like, yo, that Pan-African spirit was real. And it's just a matter of why is that? Why is there an African Methodist church? And that's because these Masons, which are mostly pastors, a lot of pastors, they pretty much is all the pastors are Masons, right? And it's just a matter of, I think we should use gloves, a little delicacy to this, because a lot of our people, families, is who we talking about.
That's right.
And so we shouldn't have the approach of fuck Africans. You feel me? It's like, yo, really, let's handle these agents telling us that we Africans. Because they don't care if they're right or not, or that if we get it or not,
right,
as long as we not initiated.
That's right. They had him.
I tried out twice. I'm glad I ain't never get accepted. I'm glad I ain't never go through, but I tried out twice. I'm glad that shit ain't fall through. Because
I had somebody come to me to be an Eastern Star when I was in my early 30s. It was right before I was 33, actually. I was 32. And this girl, she, just because of the type of stuff I used to talk about in the information, she came to me with this shit. And I'm looking like, girl, I was like, I don't know about none of that. She was like, well, I just want you to be a part of this, because she's telling me all these different benefits. And, she feel like I'll be a good candidate, and my mental intelligence and all this other stuff. I said, sis, I'm going to be honest. I said, I'm an oracle. Like literally, I came here to do certain shit. I said, that ain't part of my plan. And I left it at that. And she never said nothing else to me about it.
Wow.
Yep.
It was money for me. I ain't had $50 a month to get a ass. So I just said, fuck, I was like, $50 a month. That's my weed money, motherfucker. I can't do that.
I can't be a part of no construct, And these people, this is how they got a lot of our the control over a lot of our people, because going through a lot of the masonry stuff, this is how they started learning our secrets, the agents. That's why I always be talking about these agents. They were coming in our group. Our people were meeting at what will be considered churches. They weren't the AME churches that they created, but they had churches and meeting up places. They were meeting, and they were the original Masons. They have been practicing this all along, but they didn't have that title. So what they did is take the information and the structure of a lot of that spiritual stuff, and they used it against us once they learned it by being over here. That's
once they learned about it. Right.
That's right.
Yo, I'm gonna give you an example, right? That back that up. The Zulu shaman Cradle Mutwa from South Africa gave David Icke all the jewels he needed to make millions of dollars off his information. In that relay, he tells him that these are things that the Zulus refrain from telling white men for since the beginning of time. And he told them because he saw the condition of the world and he wanted Africa to have that pride. And so he put that information out there so people know that, hey, Africa had something that them Europeans wanted, besides their their physical resources. And so what you're saying is the same thing. Once they learned the secrets of the ancients from the melanated original man, they took it, deleted everybody who knew it, and then they promoted themselves as knowledge keepers.
Exactly, like they do with everything else. Just like now they try to take our land and promote themselves like this what they should. If y'all don't get the hell out of here. Yes,
Man.
exactly, bro. It's crazy. It's like they have committed the biggest crime of trading places of everything through Reconstruction, indoctrination, religion. All of this stuff has been done to literally make the biggest trading places of all time.
Facts.
My mind, man, it's just been so much stuff that's just so crazy. Like I said, when I got into the Tathagata information, then the fallen gone, when you look at that, them stopping the practices of the fallen gone just because people were spiritually healing themselves, that shows the depravity of these people. And then them taking these people, it was part of organ harvesting. They had like so many millions of people that they literally just got rid of. What did y'all do with all those bodies? What did y'all do with all the parts to those bodies? That were so healthy, that were spiritually sound, their cells were on a perfect frequency because they were practicing this.
How is you a billion people country, you got all them people, and you worried about the type of Tai Chi somebody doing?
That part.
That means, you know what I'm saying? That means that mind, body, and spirit connectivity is something that the system don't want you to have.
Period. And that's why I do it.
You know what I'm saying? Look at the state of affairs for those people in them areas in China. There's so many people down there fucked up. Don't you know that this shit is bigger than, it's almost bigger than us. It's a big thing, but whatever going on with them got to do with us because of their lack of our guidance.
Yep, exactly.
They are crazy.
Yep.
They need
training them. You know, have you seen
their parents
of them training the kids, the kids over there in Korea to kill Americans? These crazy kids in the school, they asking what he did. Oh, I want to train to kill Americans. Have you seen one of those videos before?
Nah, hell no.
Oh my gosh, we might need to play one. Go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, I mean, look, we ain't got no time for that. We ain't got no time for South Americans getting their chest pumped up. We ain't got no time for no other Gentile nation can say nothing because they are the children. That's why they can't run a company. They can't run a business. They can't run a government. What do you think these two richest men in the world is doing? Want to play slap ass with each other? Elon Musk and what's the Facebook dude? They want to fight in an MMA style fight. They got billions of dollars and they up here planning on, they in there training how to kick and punch. They are not humans.
This shit is crazy. You got to see this, bro. Since you never seen, I got to show you this. Because if you ain't never seen, I know a few people in the chat maybe ain't never seen because you be all over like me. You got to see this. Check this out, bro. Watch this.
Oh.
那你最讨厌的国呢？
就是美国和日本。
这么讨厌，为什么呢？
Oh hell no.
我思考了很多话题。
无法要灭亡，无奈先自绝。
Oh man.
上马杀敌，战斗指示，敌不打开枪战，后往敌战战的火力。
Watch what the kids be saying.
那你长大了想干什么呢？
打日本人，打美国人。有一回我恨得流鼻血。
Something very, very, very scary is going down in China right now. And I can't, for the life of me, figure out why nobody in the West is talking about this.
Okay, pause it.
Why is nobody talking about the fact that on a mass scale?
Yep.
What in the world, Craig?
Is this shit crazy?
That's crazy. And you know what? You know what that tells me? that this ain't the first time they did it. How the fuck we get all these Indians over here in the first place? This ain't the first time they did that.
No, they've been doing this. This done happened a couple times, I think.
It had to. That's what I think. When I see these, how they indoctrinate them kids, you know, I got a picture of one of them kings of England when he went to Japan back in the 40s. He dressed in the entire samurai regalia when he went to go meet the king of Japan. And that told me that Europeans respect Japan for something that got to do with war. And in that picture, you see a bunch of kids with samurai swords lined up. And so then I thought, this is the sea people. Remember, the sea people is those invaders, and they got dropped off to cause havoc. And that's exactly what they up here doing once again. Yep. And so these are our enemies.
Yep.
Period. These are enemies to humanity. Period. That's crazy. You know, slap the whole shit out. So many of them. God damn it.
So many of them.
They causing woe unto themselves. See, this is where we need to summon and conjure the powers of the heavens and earth through the God, so that we affect them.
We are that power. The shit is so real, man. Yeah, just look at some of the stuff how these kids are responding though. Check it out.
China, under the current leadership of Xi Jinping, taking on this big nationalist approach, is training its kids for war. Now, if you don't know me, I'm a guy that lived in China for 10 years. In those 10 years, I watched China go from this curious country that wanted to welcome people to a country that was taught by its leadership to start hating the rest of the world. We're not going to participate on the international stage anymore unless people play by our rules. That was kind of the new playbook that was introduced by current leader Xi Jinping. Unfortunately, the side effects of this nationalist campaign was to start blaming the rest of the world for all of China's problems. So if anything domestically bad was happening in China, it was America's fault or Japan's fault or Canada's fault. Nothing can be the fault of the leadership in China because that's the way authoritarian countries work. But the most important thing is to find out where this is stemming from. Unfortunately, this pride in China has turned from being proud of China to becoming very, very scary.
请用一句话证明你是中国人。我们生在红旗下，长在春风里。
I'll take the copyright
not
now.
only become fashionable, but very, very acceptable and encouraged to promote nationalism under the leadership of the Communist Party of China across schools. Is now not only become fashionable, but very, very scary.
请用一句话证明你是中国人。我们生在红旗下，长在春风里。
Is now not only become fashionable, but very, very acceptable and encouraged to promote nationalism under the leadership of the Communist Party of China across schools, bringing back those really, really bad, terrible songs from the past under Mao's time when people starved to death.
是中国。
你最喜欢的国家吗？那你最讨厌的国呢？
就是美国和日本。
这么讨厌啊？为什么呢？
因为他们学潮我知道，南京大屠杀我当然也知道，我都会历史。
这么厉害？那你长大了想干什么呢？
To kill the Japanese. And
Can you imagine?
He said to kill the Japanese and the Americans. I hope y'all saw that. Let me put this back up.
Teaching hatred to children at this age under the guise of patriotism or, national pride, to go around teaching children at government schools, government-run schools. It's not some weird fringe private school institution. On a national level, to hate and want to kill people of other countries. Indiscriminately, might I add. There are two faces to China that I've seen. There are two faces that nobody wants to talk about because either they're too scared or they think it's not politically correct or something.
But they over here pushing rights for Asians, right? Don't they got a Asian hate bill, Square? Don't they got a whole bill that says no Asian hate, but they got whole facilities in their government school system teaching these kids to kill us? Make it make sense.
or that other countries should just be able to do their own thing. But I think this is where it crosses the line.
出门之前把脚擦一下，擦干净，脚底太脏了。
When this kind of behavior is tolerated, where they could just chuck an American flag on the ground and make viral videos about wiping their shoes on it, this is the kind of flavor in the air.
外国人，我们不喜欢外国人。
We don't like foreigners.
I'm not saying that everyone is like this in China, but when your mom and dad do things like this, what do you think is happening at home? What do you think thoughts are going into these children's heads? And then when they go to school and have that reinforced by their teacher, people that they look up to, it's not just shitty parenting at that point. It becomes what children believe. When I was in China, I watched children be indoctrinated from such a young age. Now, before we get into some more evidence of how scary this has become, I want you to understand this two-face thing I keep talking about. China has two faces, one that it shows the world and one that it shows itself. The image that it shows its own people as a strong military power ready to take on the world, and you need to be a cog in that machine so that you can fight off the enemy. The rest of the world has shown a peaceful image of China. It's called China's peaceful rise. The idea that China is developing peacefully and just wants to become a wealthy, developed country and not get in anyone's way. In fact, it's part of their brand to say that they don't get involved in other countries' affairs, except for the fact that they are the country that gets involved in other countries' affairs almost every single day. And on my live show, we actually covered this with a very, very funny and poignant example. Have a look.
This is kind of interesting. So you go to their website, their English website, okay? Here you can see it on the screen. Doesn't it look nice? So like,
yeah, it looks
space
simple.
Systems, defense systems, space technology, space services, exchanges and cooperation. It looks very nice. So I thought, hey, let's go and see the Chinese version of this website.
Sure.
So you click Zhongwenban up there.
Right.
Bam, and it's like, what is
It's
this?
the
The
same
Soviet
website.
Union?
Yeah, it's
You
the
know?
same website.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden it's military application.
Yeah, exactly. Look, nuclear warheads
What?
or whatever.
Like what? Like if
Same
that doesn't
website.
show the difference in intent
Yes.
for Western audience, or I should say the outside world.
This is how China works. Yeah.
it is. I want you to look down. Look down at your pants. Is there a bulge? Well, there shouldn't be, because you should be carrying around a massive ass wallet everywhere you go. It looks ridiculous, and guess what? It's not good for you either. It can give you back problems. It can make you uncomfortable when you're sitting down and trying to move around. And guess what? There's a solution, and it's an awesome one. It's a stylish one, and it's extra wallets. My extra wallet is my favorite wallet that I've ever owned. It's the only wallet that people have actually complimented. We're in a situation now where it's become fashionable to send your kids to war training camps, to make them little soldiers, to discipline them and teach them that the world is their enemy and they must do everything in their power to become strong enough to defeat that enemy. It's one thing to use some sort of military training to teach discipline to children, and that's a different thing in itself. It's another thing to bring rampant Nazi-like nationalism and fascism to these children to teach them that the rest of the world's trying to kill them. Military training's always been a part of Chinese culture, even from way back in the day. But it's always been taught that it's just a way of kind of improving their drive to want to study harder, use basic skills like how to operate a rifle and things like this. It crosses the line when these children are indoctrinated in the classroom to start to look at people as non-humans and to start to learn that the Han Chinese race is superior to other races and has evolved differently from other races. You can see it with the teachings of the Peking man. It is taught in China that Chinese people have evolved differently than other human beings. This basic form of education spirals out of control very quickly when the children are being taught that they're superior to other races around the world. Look at the emotion on this child's face as they're drilled over and over again to learn how to scream, because basically that's what this is. How to find enough hatred in their heart to absolutely scream at the top of their lungs, and then finally they're able to pass. These shows and this kind of military instruction has just become so popular in China for a very specific reason. And that's because it's become cool to become a nationalist. Patriotism is not nationalism. Patriotism is a love and respect for your country. Nationalism is to believe that you're better than others. And that is not what we teach our children.
They crying and shit.
Jesus, I feel like I'm never going to play video games again after that. I've been brainwashed by the snake tongue salesman over here. Now, crazily enough, this goes beyond just teaching kids to quit video games in favor of fighting for their country. This goes even further into incorporating video games. Because I kid you not, remember that Xi Jinping thought ideology I told you about? It's transforming into these kiosks around China to where people can kind of immerse themselves in these 3D VR experiences, which look like absolute crap, by the way, to study Xi Jinping ideology. This all started with Xi Jinping thought. And Xi Jinping thought was this idea that we can be proud of our heritage as Chinese people, but at the same time, we need to use our current leader, our Xi Jinping, our godlike figure, as textbook curriculum. So now the curriculum around China is to use his thoughts, to use his ideas, his utopian ideology for China, and to cut China off from the rest of the world. And this is part and parcel part of the reason this kind of military conflict stuff is being taught right now. Here's an example of what happens when you let this nationalism get out of control. These kids are saying, bomb the Japanese, bomb the Jap bastards. Recently, these camps have been springing up where they're teaching kids how to bayonet people to death. Literal straw man soldiers, and military situations where there's 4- and 5-year-olds being taught how to hate and kill, how to dive on a grenade to save your comrades. This is not what little kids do in kindergarten. These are kindergartners. These are 6- and 7-year-olds too. They're tramping through mud and being screamed at by drill sergeants, being told that to be a strong Chinese person and to save their country from the evil Americans, that they need these skills. They need to go crawl through mud with knives in their mouth. They need to go and fight and shoot and kill in order to save their own country. And this is not the face of China that you're seeing. This is not the face that they want you to see. In fact, China is very, very upset with me for showing you these clips. These are not meant for intimidation. Look at these innocent faces. This is meant to scare other people into getting their children involved and to scare other schools in China to make sure that they are participating in this, because they will be left behind in Xi Jinping's China if they are not ready for war and not ready for battle. These kids have to learn this stuff because their leader is so proud and so arrogant that he believes that as a new emperor of China, that his country will be the one to take back Taiwan and to face down the US. This is the sentiment going around China. And the children are the ones that bear the brunt of that force, that bear the brunt of that arrogance. China doesn't want you to see these clips for a very specific reason, because it's brainwashing, it's ugly, but it's the truth. And I don't care if people don't want to cover this. The fact that this is happening on such a wide scale is something that needs to be talked about in the West. And the solution is not to send your kids to military camp to get ready for future conflict. The solution is to realize that there's a country on the other side of the world that's training their children from day one to hate and kill you. And I'm speaking to you as a person of the greater world. I'm speaking to you as a person. It doesn't matter your race or ethnicity or wherever you're from. China treats the rest of the world as its enemy, and companies and people are falling for this idea that China has some sort of peaceful development and wants nothing but good for the rest of the world because they buy into the propaganda. China's an authoritarian power. China is a country with a one-party state. And in this one-party state, There is one narrative from the top, and it's from Xi Jinping's government. You must follow, and you must only report on those things that are allowed. You can understand how this sends a conflicting message, because the propaganda department's only job is to make sure that you, as a person in the rest of the world, is still investing in China, still thinking of China in a positive light, and still treating China as an equal partner in this world, while at the same time, they're teaching their people the exact opposite. You don't train kindergartners in a play to fight against Japanese people and stab people. That's just not what you do. Yet, that is what they're doing on a mass scale. The nationalism that is spreading around China right at this very moment is not meant for you to see. It's not for you. And when people bring it up, China gets really, really mad. They go after people like me. They go after the Chinese abroad that try to spread this message. China is trying to silence voices who are showing you the truth, who are showing you what is actually happening in China at this very moment. China is on a very, very dark path, and this is just a tiny, tiny glimpse into what is happening. They are gearing up for something very, very bad. Whether that's the invasion of Taiwan or potential global conflict in the future, they want to make sure that their people, even the most innocent, the most vulnerable people at the bottom, the children, are ready ideologically to lay down their lives for their country in an unnecessary conflict. Because it doesn't have to be like this. You don't dress up kids and get them ready to kill people. That's just not what you do. This is not Hitler's Germany. We're not in World War II times here. This is not how civilized countries act anymore. But it's very important that we understand that this is how China is acting at the current moment. We can't ignore it. We can't turn our heads and pretend like it's not there. There is something boiling up, and it's almost reached the surface. This is Chinese schools at this very moment.
我们来上学呀。我为了长大，不想要在中国住了，想要去英国。
Now, as funny as this statement is, because this kid just told the truth, the sentiment on the ground is that a lot of Chinese people don't want to be part of this nationalist system. There are not stupid people roaming around everywhere. There are a lot of people that understand that this has gone too far. And this little boy obviously learned at home that he wants to go to school so he can leave China someday. Do you know what happened to this kid? Both his parents and the school were visited by authorities, punished, and investigated for teaching him wrong think. And I kid you not, that's actually what happened. Now, I want to leave you guys with a very heartbreaking interview with a couple children in China that's very candid, that I think tells the truth of what is being taught in schools. And I think a glimpse into this will kind of set you on the right path to understand the path that China is going on right now.
想当科学家啊？什么样的科学家呀？
就是做坦克什么的。
为什么要研究武器？
研究武器打日本人。
什么是日本人呢？
就是日本鬼子。以前日本鬼子从我们的商店偷手表，还打我们。
什么时候的事？
以前。
以前是什么时候？知道吗？
古代呗。
那你恨不恨日本人？
恨。
所有的人都恨。
对，不管是好人还是坏人，我都恨。还是打了我们人，我就恨。有一回我恨得流鼻血。
真的？那是什么时候啊？
好像是我4岁时候。
是恨日本人呐？你见过没见过日本人？
没有见过。
那怎么会恨成这个样子呢？
可是他因为原来在这里来做坏事啊。
That's child abuse.
You hear this shit? You hear this shit?
孩子，也有很多女人。
都恨，只要是打我们的人。
This shit is deep.
你恨了你以后，那你长大以后会怎么样呢？对你恨的人，你会有采取什么行动？
打别人。
I hope this was a sobering glimpse into what China's doing right now. I don't think it serves any positive purpose to ignore what's happening in China, because China is the second biggest economy in the world. They are one of the largest militaries in the world. They are an emerging power in this current craziness that the world is going through. And I think if we ignore that, then we are setting ourselves up for disaster.
Period. White boy ain't never lied. So
Yo, that was heavy.
wasn't that, what do you think of that, brother? Since you hadn't seen it, I just wanted you to see that. I had to let you see it just so
I
you could,
appreciate it.
yeah. That and now
You put me up on current event.
Look, before I'm glad, bro. Before even commenting, brother, keeping in mind, remember the new Asian hate bill shit. Remember now they come, oh y'all hating Asians, and yeah. Go ahead now. What you thinking?
So I'm thinking that it brings to mind what Epstein Islands of ancient times was doing.
Mm-hmm.
That cultivating people to be soldiers and infantry and breeding program concepts is something that went on in islands and different places on earth, like how they doing in China. And this is how they got their forces to take on original man, I think, through these methods of indoctrination, military style. And so with the bill, I think that our reality is outside of their mind. Like, they might not know original people, Americans is the world's target, but they are part of that system that's using them to target us. Or like, it's like they want to attack the people here in America, and we are in holding cells and don't know it. I think that Americans, whether they white, black, or whatever, are they have to come under whatever organization Aboriginal concepts have, and would fight that ideally. Like, they would have to be like white Americans that's on that storm the Capitol building shit. Like, them motherfuckers ain't revolutionary unless they revolutionary about the shit we care about. Period. And them Chinese ain't over there thinking about white Americans. Well, they might be, but that's not how they was set up to, because they use that same tactic to get black people off of many places.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like because America got that anti-Asian bill, that is something to pacify the Orientals who is running the white mafias out here.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's a real thing. Canada is a place that is a staging ground, I believe, or a potential place where these people are going to be dumped off. The concepts of Asians and mafia exist. They also have secret society lodges and shit like that or whatever. And they got a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And so the way they've been moving amongst our celebrities, or at least the people from our country, is throwing that dollar in their face. And they got so many people. This is the next thing that I'll say to that. I seek the Heavenly Father about it. You know what I mean? And off the top, I'm more of a military strategist type concept when it comes to the spiritual mentals. Physicals, yay, but we are limited in a way. So I'm thinking that, those three gorgeous dam has to break. Do you know that there's when they had the flooding a couple of weeks ago in China, there was footage of bubbling hot springs coming up out the ground. Do you know what that means when you see bubbling hot springs coming out the ground where there wasn't? That means that it's volcanic activity underneath that ground. And so China is set for destruction. And if that Three Gorges Dam breaks, millions of people are going to die within 10 to 12 minutes. And taking the fact they had hot springs, See, they got shit going on over there. They don't show people what type of trouble they really in. You know, you heard about them buildings made out of soy drag or tofu drag. Sister, they buildings is made so cheap they fall over. You could peel them away. You could break apart a high-rise apartment complex is made so weakly you could punch a hole. You could punch a hole in the wall.
Oh,
so they might be doing this shit right here. I see them doing it. But if there was ever an earthquake or a flood or any type of, let's say, catastrophe where bombs or missiles are sent over there, they would be decimated. So I think that they might be well, there is volcano underneath their ground. Like, how can I stress this without raising my voice? They got hot water springs that appeared after a flood. That means that the hot water springs is volcanic activity that been there, and now it's showing signs of more increased activity. That means that they might go kablooey any day.
Yeah, anytime.
And if they know that, then they're gonna make moves that might appear to be funny to us or weird. But I don't think that they're going to be successful. I think it's going to be a mass destruction of these people. Because you know what I'm saying? Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, yo, for real, like, we got support. We might not see it, but we got to have some support out this motherfucker for us to be so targeted by the world, Craig.
Right, it's crazy.
But salutes, man. I appreciate you showing me that.
Peace. Who's going through that but us? You feel me?
Right. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's so many of them. You know, there's so many of them. Like, it's almost like dealing with bugs, like a bunch of ants. And so when we get into the Shamir people and Stone Dwarfs and shit, like, you know, I think that these people's genetic code is something to be analyzed. Like for real, they might be, I don't know what they got going on, but they can't be respected.
Different shit.
Yeah, that shit can't be respected for real. Like, in Japan, like, damn, like, I don't know, that shit kind of made me think, like, you know, I heard about the beef about Japan and China, but I always thought that if anything, it was a ruse to throw us off. You know.
Oh yeah, they definitely hate each other because the Japanese, they're more when it was all Asia. See, they got all this Korean, Chinese, Japanese. Where all this come from? Y'all the same fucking people, but either way, the Japanese look, they slightly different because they have more of the indigenous genes in them. That's why they hate them. They like the Japanese, to them is like how these other people look at us. They can't stand them because they the original ones, and now here they come trying to act like, oh, we the ones. You feel me? It's like that, bro.
Right, amongst them, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's why they hate them so much. It's crazy.
You know, there was this guy named Haku Zenkyo or some shit, some Japanese dude, and he gave the breakdown. And I ain't going front. Certain this information that you got that nobody else put, you are the gatekeeper to it, right? This guy had dropped information and he got knocked down for anti-Semitism because of the way he was talking and shit. I mean, he was talking in Japanese. He had to read subtitles. He's sitting there in a little dojo. He got a little karate suit on and shit. Old dude. And he sat there in front of that motherfucking camera talking about what they believe. And they believe some shit, yo. They believe they know about the first beings. They believe they know about the true name of God. They believe that they know about what happened during the first reset, the reason why we going through shit today. And they also mention how the Chinese of today aren't the original Chinese.
See, I just told you that. Didn't I just say that?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yes.
And you know what? That Japanese dude was kind of tan, though, for real. No bullshit.
Yeah, they definitely are darker than them. They're different shades. That's how they can tell them too. That's how they know that. Like I said, they be looking at them. So if they look darker, this is why they always be trying to be lightening and bleaching and putting on that white face paste cream, because when they look dark, they looking like them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the concept of the Shinto shrine in Japan is something that I've been knowing about. When I found that in Oceania, I found it in one of those islands in the Pacific. The ancient version that told me that they was older than Japanese, and that was one of the things that told me that yes, these are the oldest parts of where people get their swags from, because you got the Anunnaki wearing the islander suits, the little robes, and then now you got the Shinto shrine that's in Oceania, and it's a megalithic structure, but it's shaped just like a Shinto shrine. So I'm like, well, okay, that means that whoever was in these islands is who had the swag originally, and Japan used it later. So it kind of like it all pointed to the Pacific or the Pacific or whatever for being important for all the symbolism. But to look at why the world sees and knows about it and why it wasn't so easy for me to come across it, is because of, I think, some of this Epstein Island shit, and that and Japan got a history of, I think, prostitution with these little geisha dolls. Because I got this Micmac, I got this Canadian Aboriginal Indian painting that shows the Confederation of Indians of North America. And they had these little Asian women with the white face and the little red cheeks, just like they do in Japan. Do you know I got some Indians with samurai swords? Did you ever see that?
Indians with the samurai swords? No.
Native Americans with the samurai swords.
That's where they get it from, bro. But you know what's funny? I got two swords. I got bow and arrows. I got like some shit.
Oh yeah, me too, for sure.
Yeah. We deal. You know, we deal with all of that. Look, we deal with all.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna fuck Bigfoot up. He come up in this motherfucker. You
tell
whatever,
me about
man. Oh, you know what? And you know what? Let me add something to you. Let me add something to it, and it's gonna be on that weird level, because we got to think outside the box. We're dealing with some of this shit, and so I want to bring some to your attention, right? And so in the Kachina Star prophecy, right, which is supposed to be a Native American prophecy, it sounds a lot like the Bible, and it got parts that sound like the Prose Edda from the Nordic. They mentioned that during the end days, that spirits of people that used to live in past times is going to appear and walk on the earth with us, because we're getting closer to judgment for all the times. And so, you know, on that paranormal shit, like I definitely done seen things go in and out of trees, and I've seen people go in and out of stones. But recently there's been footage. Hold on. Recently there was footage of a squirrel. This lady was filming the sidewalk, and a squirrel came out the sidewalk as if it came out of a hole, but it wasn't no hole there.
It was a dimension.
And so after, I let it go, because people be faking shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so then again, and this, listen, then again, there was a footage from a security camera outside someone's house. A deer came out the ground, and like it crawled out, out of a hole. You seen that?
Oh hell yeah, I seen that video. Yeah, that shit was crazy. A dude was riding down the highway. I think it's the same way, and the shit just came, just like, it was like, what the heck? And it definitely looked real.
We'll see. That might be another one, because this one was a security camera on the wall, and it showed this front yard. And in the front yard, a deer, it looked as if it climbed out of a hole, just like that squirrel, and it ran off looking as real as can be. So what you saying, see those two experiences right there help me identify what could be going on in a lot of this other footage, and how these animals, they got interdimensional travel capabilities. But besides that, it's like, why are we seeing it? You know how we come together and we got these synchronicities going on, and we just so happen to be talking. I take in consideration, all right, this is the second time I've seen something come out the ground. And so this type of thing makes me think about what it is that encompasses this whole time and space that we're in. We have to be conscious as much as possible about things, so that we could operate and dictate what, and so we can't be controlled. Like, we won't lose our shit if we can anticipate what is planned. And so I'm just saying, it could be we have to summon nature and get right with that natural tune, because these motherfuckers is carnal and they worldly and they plotting against the people, obviously.
That's right. People have to keep their nature up. You know, you got to be on a level of ascension above that shouldn't be able to battle it. But see, people be so caught up in how can I say it? All this other crap. They just don't see the importance of that. We really got to be on point with what we're doing and how we're doing. And we so busy getting caught up in everything they want us to focus on. Nobody's really doing what they need to do.
I've seen trees move. Have you seen the videos of the trees moving?
Trees.
You seen the videos of the branches moving independently to the rest of the tree, where it's waving crazy?
Shit, I've tapped my grandbabies in. It was a tree in my daughter's yard, and I had them talk to the tree, and the tree touched their hand, freaked them out. And I freaked them out because they were happy with the babies. They was the 5-year-old, the twins. I said, y'all want to communicate with the tree? What? They said, what you mean, Nana? I said, let's go talk to the tree. We went back there, sure enough. We started talking to the tree. I said, hold you. I said, ask the tree to touch your hand.
I think I remember you saying that.
Oh, yeah, I did it. That was last year, right? You remember? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you talking
I definitely
about
did that. We're in tune with it, like, for real. When you're on the right level, anything can happen with us, and we can even control the environment. See, other forces are controlling our environment because we're not handling our business and doing what we're supposed to be doing. And this is one of the big problems, you know. It's not enough people that are on the same frequency to be able to tap in to make a change. But, you know, it's just, I don't want to talk about it. It gets depressing for me.
It seemed daunting, right? Because let's say me and you and whoever is hearing this, let's say that, you know, I like to think that sometimes it only take a few people to do things that might manage millions, maybe billions. It just is up to you. It's up to how strong your mind and your soul is, and your managing / supervisional position could be great, because you take on that responsibility with what you know, right? And so I think of it like, because I've been seeing these things lately, that in itself is a happening. Like, besides what's on the video, it's the fact that I saw it, that I've seen, let's say I see 3 or 4 videos of the similar thing over the past 4 or 5 months. That to me is going to appear to me as a sign to
right.
And so I think that it will be fruitful for us to explore other ways of exercising our powers besides arguing with people and shit.
Right. Like really tapping into each other like we're supposed to. You know, I would think that my thing is, when I find people It's not that often. But you know, the few people that we associate with that we know have the type of thinking, like, you know I could talk to you about like certain things, you know, whether I talk to you or I'm on your panel a lot or whatever, I could talk to you about something. You're not gonna be like, oh, Sister told that sounds weird, that's crazy. You'll be like, oh, word, sis, let's check it out. You know what I'm saying? If few people don't be, a lot of times people not so open to the information, so it keeps them closed off and stagnant to where they're at. They don't want to grow. They don't want to, you know, expand themselves. My whole damn thought got lost. I was trying to come back, but it still ain't come. But either way, you know, we get caught up in this what people are doing that we're not doing, or catching up to the oh gosh, I'm trying to make my thought come back and it ain't, bro. That's all right. It'll come back. But I was trying to say something on what you just said a second ago. It was freaking tripping me out too, because I'll be trying to get people to be associated on the same level so we could be doing this. I did this like last year, where we did a 999 fast, and a bunch of people that are sub to me, we all did it on the same day at the same time, and we literally manifested, because I wanted them to see. I said, y'all want to manifest? I said, whoever want to do this, let's do this fast. I said, I'm gonna show y'all, and sure enough, we did it. I mean, so it's not. It's like, imagine if let's say 100 people had did that with me that day, right? And I had I don't know, I had a few subscribers. I think I had at least 1,000 subscribers then. So even if 100 people would have did it, it was only like, I think 20 something people that did it. But if like 100 people had a did it, man, can you imagine the power of everything that we wanted to manifest, and how strong and how it would have even stretched to other things around us, just the energy of it. You know what I'm saying? People don't think that stuff is important. They be thinking, oh, that's pseudo. That's, yeah, it's like, okay. But you know,
that's definitely not pseudo, because when you so-called tap in, let's say you get the 100 people, right? And or let's say 10, it don't matter. It's just a matter of what you do with your mind and spirit is like creating a beacon or a searchlight, kind of like a flare that they shoot up so people know where the fuck they at. Like if you was to get around 50 people and y'all was to put an intention upon a situation, depending on what it is, you might get results that, you know, these other dimensional beings can pick up on. And this is how ancients interacted. This is why they got high in the first place. It's so that they was able to contact these beings and these spiritual forces from the other realms and trade or talk to each other or whatever. I don't know. But for example, this guy in Florida, he took some people out to the beach. It was about 30 of them. And he had them do something, and the motherfucking UFO showed up, bright as can be, right over the ocean. And I'm not a person that's into that type of shit. I'm not into listening to nobody tell me about that type of shit most of the time, right? Especially them type, because I don't trust them.
Yeah.
But this shit was on video, so I mean, obviously he was doing something, and it's about knowledge. It's something that he knows that they're there for sure. He's confident enough to know that they're there. And so when they manifest, everybody like, oh my God, he made them manifest. But he knows something. And guess what? All it takes is your mind, your soul, your spirit communication powers to make that connection.
That's right.
And I think these wicked people have been doing that shit for the wrong reasons, and we lost our way. I think those grays are supposed to be our elves, our helpers, and they got us out here thinking that they aliens, and we don't want to talk to them.
But brother, you know, do you remember? I used to do the Sky Talk video, or no?
No.
Well, I used to do Sky Talk, like I call it Sky Talk, talking about the sky, basically. Showing the different things in the sky. You've seen some of the pictures, bro. You jumped up and showed me some of the pictures you had, and we dissected them, and you was tripping out because one of the pictures you had, it was literally showing like a baby, like how baby looking on an ultrasound, the embryo in the picture. Do you remember? Me, you, and
Oh
my daughter.
yeah, I
Come on,
remember
now.
now.
How you forget that?
Yeah.
That was a deep video too. That was a good video.
Yeah, you
But,
wanted me to send you those. I ain't never sent them to you, I don't think.
No, you did send them.
I did. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, you sent them to me. But they showed the same thing in those pictures that I was showing. This is when I was going through literally the ancestors showing and talking to me about certain things. Like I could be driving down the expressway or something, and it'd be like, okay, get ready to take some pictures. I'll stop, pull over, what the hell ever, as soon as I know or get that feeling. And sure enough, I'll be seeing what was going on. You want me to pull up some pics? Let me pull up some pics, bro.
You can.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Have you ever seen the Lovecraft Country show?
Lovecraft Country. I don't know what is that. I've heard of that. I'm trying to think because it sounds so damn familiar.
I know that you need to binge watch that.
Lovecraft Country.
Yes. Yes.
Now,
So
a little bit about it, real quick.
So it's about a black man who finds out after coming home from World War I or II or whatever that he is related to one of the most notable wizard white man families through some type of way. He is the great grandson of some white dude.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, he goes to basically get his inheritance, and he inherited basically the mansion and the whole family line because he was the only one that was a direct descendant. So he became like the master of the grounds and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So the people that was already there basically throughout the whole shit conspired against him because he was black. And it was set back in them days where they had sundown towns and shit. So the reason why I brought it up is because there's a lot of magical shit up in that motherfucker, man. I mean, little monsters and shit, whatever. But there was a part in it where a woman went through a portal and she came in contact with a highly technological being. She was a woman with a huge afro.
Mm-hmm.
And she gave her the ability to go to different timelines and be heroes in them timelines because she was kind of living a mundane life in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she went through the portal and met her, and I'm talking about she was in a spaceship and this woman was in a big ass suit,
Mm-hmm.
but her head, you could see this huge afro or whatever. And so she was able to experience life as a warrior and all this other stuff. The point is that we definitely got ancestors that watch over us.
Yes.
And they're not going to just talk to anybody because so many of us have been lost and are no good. So many people is pervy, constantly, and so many people is murderous and thieves that it created a disconnect. Whereas the ancestors or those high dimensional beings, they're not going to communicate with someone who on a low level. And if the opposition, they kept us in this low vibrational state where we can't even make the contact. And so we in a few amount, even though we care about the masses, it only take a few to like put up this fight because we got to deal with what we got. So whoever is willing, whoever is, vibrating on that frequency, it's straight warfare out here, man. It ain't about having a good fucking time. You know what I mean? For real. This shit wild. And we fighting with our minds, trying to learn information so we know we can't be hustled. Mind, body, and soul, whether in this realm or in the dream. So for real, like we should just, just continue. Like this shit wild. You gotta, I ain't gonna say you gotta see it, but I know you'll like it. It's on Netflix, probably.
I'll check it out. I don't get too much on the TV, but when somebody be like, "Oh, you have to see this" or something, I usually check it out. There's a couple little shows I watch here and there. So
yeah, you can YouTube it and get some clips. And you'll see it. They can't. It's another thing about that show. It was made by a black woman. she got to be an Eastern Star because she knows some shit, right? I mean, when you see that shit, if you see it, you gonna understand why they canceled season 2. There's only one season, so check this out. You can go on Google and type in Lovecraft Country season 2, and you're gonna find a map of the United States. And on that map, this is what was released by the director. The director said that this is what she had planned for season 2. And in that map, you see United States divided in like 4 sections. One for whites, one for blacks, one for Indians, and one for Commonwealth. And you mentioned Commonwealth.
Oh yeah. That's the biggest effing culprit, but yeah.
So those are some gems with that. And it's like, we got a cultist that we learn from, man. Like, basically, these people, by the time they in the position to make a movie or a TV show, they in the shit for real. You know, most of the time.
Oh, she says the timeline of Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, yes. Salutes, Queen Yolanda.
Worth buying it. Thank you, Yolanda. Okay, so I could just get it through YouTube.
Yes. Oh, right. She brought up a great point. Yo, they use the time machine to go back in time to the Tulsa, Oklahoma bombing. And they show that shit, yo, like they took it there. There's a reason why they canceled that shit for real.
I'm finna show you. You see that look, this picture right here blows my mind sometimes. I don't even know what's going on. Okay, but this is you can see, look, this shit right here is crazy. Some of these pictures be like, I be seeing some of the weirdest stuff. These orbs, that right there, look at this squid. This some shit that tripped you out because you always talking about them bugs. Now look at this. I zoomed in on the picture. Now, look, what is that? It looks like a bug, looks like a freaking box. It just looks really weird. I was like, what is that? It was on one of the pictures, so I just zoomed in on it, but I don't know what it is. It looks really weird to me, though. It looks like some kind of, I don't know, but hold on. Let me get to this other picture. Now, check this out. Hold on. Damn. Okay. Now, look. You see all this stuff in here? Look at this. You see all this stuff, right? All back here. All this is one day I was riding. Like I say, it was a pure sunny day. And someone was like, get your camera ready. So I get the camera ready. I'm still driving, right? I ain't really see nothing, just the sun. All of a sudden, all these damn clouds start forming. I'm like, where the hell are these damn clouds coming from? What is going to cover up? I said, okay. So I got out. I pulled over. I got out. And I started taking the pictures. As soon as it started trying to cover it up. And you see what's going on. You see the sun. That shit opened up to a whole fucking portal. Can't nobody tell me shit different. Now, look. You see all this stuff coming out of here, right? Let me go to look. I'm zooming in as much as I can, but this far as it can go. But look, you could see. Look, you could see. I see it. Okay, I ain't gonna say much or nothing, but just look for yourself. But hold on. Let me go to another one or two for you real quick. Look at this one. This picture's so pretty too to me. It looks so crazy. It's like the sun be just busting wide open. Like, come on, let's come on through. Look at this shit. Look at this. Hold on. Let me go a little closer. Look at this. You see this squid? What is that?
Wow.
You see it? Come on, I'm telling you. People like, oh, it's specks in the camera and this and that. The dude cursed me out about this picture one day. Talking about something, it was specks in the camera. I don't know about reflection. I said, nigga, what kind of reflections you got? What you looking at?
Yeah, those aren't specks in the camera lens at all.
They're not specks at all. Look at it, bro. Wow. This shit crazy. Look at it.
Can you
millions of them? Like all over. Look, and then the ones you always talking about, here they go. There's different ones too. You see these ones right here, right? Look at these. That's like the jelly shit you be talking about. It's like a jelly.
The sky critter shit.
And they blue. Look.
You know, and those remind me of the things that you also see in the oceans and then like, yo, that's a lot of them though. That's
a lot of them. Look at them. Look at them squid. This shit is crazy. I be bugging out. I want to blow these pictures up so bad. I want to blow them up so bad. Hold on. You wait till you see some of these other ones. Now check this out. I'm telling you, hold on. The clouds was getting darker and darker. I'm like, don't be trying to cover shit up. I see it now. Now look at these ones. It's like it's even more like different things. Like I don't even know how to explain the shit. It
Yeah,
just
you
looks
know,
so
I don't know what to call. Yeah. Do that. Ooh, look at that.
look at
It's like
it.
when you look into the pond water and you see all them little microorganisms swimming around.
Yes, but they in the sky, like the water
Mm.
sky. The water sky.
Mm. Don't you know what they definitely is some type of life form, because
Yeah.
that's not a spaceship.
Look at them. Look, they go the one right there. The
Look at
little
that
one, the
blue
little
one.
shit. Yep. And then you see these one right here. This is a bigger one, but it's a few of these two.
These, I want to say, these things remind me of that which we see in the ocean, and they look like UFOs.
Yep. Look, here they go. Look, here go a couple more of them right there.
Those are living beings somehow. I don't know how
Yeah.
that works.
Crazy.
What?
The sun explodes, shit just be like boom. They just start coming.
What? Just leave it right there. Leave it right. Look, go down a little bit. Just right there, like center
Right
on that. Jeez, what in the world, Craig?
Them some type of reflections on the damn lens, ain't it? Yeah.
So what can that possibly have to do with us? Like what role with these creatures?
I swear it's different ones too. It's orbs, man. I had to get into a whole build on the shit because it's different types of things, bro. It's orbs, it's all kind of different things that be. I ain't gonna lie, it's just all kind of shit. I don't know who all be seeing the shit, but I always see it. Catch them. I got videos, pictures. Look at this,
Sister Soul. This is a top quality picture. This is one of the rarest phenomena. Like I ain't never see this many.
I got builds on this shit, bro, from like 2 years ago. People don't be watching my shit, but you know they keep my channel down. Always. They keep my channel down. Look at this. And the sky was like pink, blue. Look at the colors in the sky. It was so beautiful. I was like, oh my gosh.
It's so and you what part of you in the South?
No, this was in New York. This was before I came to Texas. I took all these in New York. All of these. I see stuff here. That's mostly what I be seeing here. I seen open moon portals. I got pictures of the shit, bro. It might sound crazy, but it's a fact.
I remember the moon. I remember you did
yes.
the moon. Mm-hmm.
And I be seeing a bunch of orbs here. I had an orb follow me literally from Deep Ellum through Dallas to Denton. I mean, literally followed me the whole way, literally protecting me. I was sitting up questioning.
Yeah, you need to talk to those.
This should be crazy. Look at this. I mean, it don't make no sense. I be talking. Oh, I do.
No, look. I'll be having pictures, right? I'm gonna tell you, yo, that's top. You got some top. That's a top notch photo right there.
Here's the one that I zoomed in on one of them. Hold on, and let me zoom in again.
Ooh,
this is a good one. Look.
What? I could look at this for hours.
I got so many of them. It's crazy. Look at this. They just was busting out. I'm like, dang, this thing crazy right now. Hold on, let me go to another one. It's this other one. I don't know if it's in this album, but yeah, look right here. This is
what?
I don't know if it's in this album,
zoom in on that.
That's crazy too. Look at
all right, zoom in and then leave it there. Leave it there for a second.
Right here. Hold on. Let me go.
Yeah, right.
I want to get to where it's okay. Like these. Look at that.
What could that be? Okay, so what comes to mind is possibly these are living light. Well, light in the static spectrum. Someone in the chat, Yolanda, said spirits of light. I think
just
that's,
like us. That's why I told you the ancestors. I'm telling you, they're the ancestors.
You know what? And I think that they so together. It's so many of them that it's like into a static. But instead of it being static, the light is living. That makes sense. So, all right, let me ask you this. What was going on when you made this? Like, what year was this, and like what was going on?
This was right before the year before.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let me see. First, it was a whole bunch of stuff going on, right? I started seeing a whole bunch of stuff first. UFOs. I mean, literally, me and my homegirl. I'm gonna tell you this story. Shit, me and my homegirl, right, was riding to a casino, and it takes like an hour to get there, right? So she driving, and I look up. Someone's like, "Look up." I looked up the window. I was like, "What the hell is that?" I seen something in the sky, right? I said, "What's that?" So I was like, "Sis," I said, "What the hell is that?" She looked. She got scared and shit. She pulled over. She was like, "Wait a minute." She's like, we gotta get the heck out of here. I'm ready to go home. I was like, "Girl, we finna go to this casino. I don't know what you're talking about." So I drove. I got in and we drove, right? So we watching it, right? The whole way there. She tripping. She bugging because I had been talking to her about this type of stuff. And she'd be like, "Oh, sis, you crazy." You know, a lot of my friends, when I tell them stuff, they be like, "Oh, sis, you crazy. You tripping. You going back? Okay, I'll see you a little later." You know, they'll be like, "Oh, you tripping, you know, whatever." Because, you know, I used to try to make them be aware of stuff. I'm talking like 15, 20 years ago, bro. People was not aware of shit. I'm like, oh my gosh. So when I'm telling her this stuff, when she seen this, it blew her mind or something. You know, I guess it was like, she's like, no. She was like, "It's some type of balloon. It's an air balloon." I said, "Sis, it ain't." I said, "I'm finna show you." So I get on the phone. I call 911. This is why we still driving and whatever. So I was like, I said, "Yes, I want to report to you a UFO." The lady was so calm on the phone. This tripped her out too, because the lady was so calm. She said, "Where are you?" I told her, you know, what expressway we was on or whatever. And then she was like, "Okay, thank you." Boom. That was the end of the conversation. Quick, fast, in a hurry. Told them the location of the marker, kept it moving. By the time we get to the casino, it's like maybe 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, maybe it couldn't have been 15 minutes because we got there close. And I was like, damn, that was quick. Maybe like 5-10 minutes or so, right? We parked. So we looking. So this dude come out, he's like, "What y'all looking at?" We looking like, "Look." So he looked up. He was like, "What the hell going on?" I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I'm just thinking the whole thing now, how hilarious it was to me. And like they was like bugging out, right? So, bro, we sitting there, right? No, as soon as the dude came out, we standing there, he looking, he tripping. Now we see this helicopter. Then we see a second helicopter. So the one helicopter went up. It went up close to where it was at, right? It was like down a little bit from it. It went around. It stopped. It came back around. The other helicopter went. It went up. It went around. It came back around. And they just sat there for a second, and then they left. Next thing you know, the shit was gone. I don't know what happened. That shit might sound like a crazy ass story, but it literally happened. And ever since that time, it just started being all kind of stuff. I'll be seeing stuff. My kids start seeing stuff. We saw. I started seeing like when portals would be opening. I got pictures and videos of like two. You can see two suns. Like you can see the reflection of the one sun and the other sun. You can see both of the light sources right there together. I mean, I can't even tell you all the different stuff, bro. I'd be saying it should be just crazy to me. I don't even know.
So you know what? I'm convinced that this is a synchronicity build, synchronicity power build, because this right here is evidence that you've been guided so that you could have that.
Oh yeah, I got so many, bro. These is just different times too. Some of these pictures, these right here. I mean, I can't even explain. It be stuff going on too, like with me. A lot of this was happening around the time when I was trying to decide where I was gonna move to. I was going through a lot of stuff. You know, I was trying to make my family, my close family, very aware of like stuff, like what was really going on, being really woke. You know, a lot of them woke because I raised a lot, like my nephews, I kind of raised them too from being young. So they woke, right, but they not woke. Like I'm trying to shake their ass some more, you know. And it was a lot of stuff going on spiritually, mentally with me, like and all this stuff just started happening, like literally. Look at this picture.
That's amazing.
I love this picture. It just looks so just like, I don't even know what to say. It just blows my mind. It's one of my favorite ones. It's just crazy.
I think as soon as you have a quiet time and you ask yourself, or anybody who have now just seen this,
Mm-hmm.
you should be able to just think to yourself and ask the question and have a direct connection to whatever it is. Ask it what it is. You know what I mean? And you know, I'm not trying to encourage people to talk to demons and shit, but
Right, definitely not.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
not. And don't do
Clearly,
nothing if you don't
though.
know what you're doing.
Yeah. I'm not. Clearly, though, I guess, you know, if you ask an ancestor or talk to God or something like that, but clearly that's a lot. That means that these are they are in their natural ecosystem for them to be so many of them. That's what it look like. Now those are like UFOs for real.
Look, wait, this one. Wait, let me zoom in on this one particular one right here. This one right here. Look at this shit right here. This thing look crazy to me. I'm like, is it a creature? Is it a whole UFO? It looks like almost look like an ant person. I don't know what the heck going on with this one. And it's a few of these in some of the other pictures too. But this one is look kind of, I don't even know what to say. It looks like it looks like a person almost too, like they're riding it and they're the ones that's guiding it. Like it's not like they inside the ship, but they literally like on the shit, almost like a surfboard. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it kind of looks like that to me.
And he wearing white, or they wearing white.
Yep. Like he got on the suit or something. And this one over here looks similar, but you can't see the other part of it. But this one looks similar to the same thing. And it's one that's right here as well.
I think you're right. I think
you
you're
see
right.
him? So it's a few.
So these are angels or something, but these are people. I can't call them angels, but damn, that was excellent. I think you explained that to the T.
Right, you see it. You seen it for yourself. Look at these ones. See, now you can see the closer up of this one because it was a bit closer. See, these two are definitely the same.
Leave it right there for a second.
It's like 6 different entities, like literally. It's 6 different ones. They ain't the same. That's right, Chris. Yeah.
Light beings, angelic beings,
right,
nature beings.
Yep.
So a positive vibe off these. Like nothing negative come across my mind about them.
Nothing negative, nothing scary. I didn't feel nothing scary, bro. None of that.
So I'd like to bring to your attention that the relationship of the ocean and the things seen coming out of there and whatever their potentials might be to be like, it still don't tell me whether or not they humanoid or they sky critter creature. But that one that you said with the person, that's exactly, it looked like that.
Don't it? You can see like the body frame almost, literally, like the whole frame of the body.
See, and if those, damn, look at that. What the fuck is that?
They just look, some of them look so weird. It's like, and it's something right here. I can't really see it. The cloud is covering it, but it was something that was right here. I could see, but by the time the picture took, it was like, I don't know, looked weird.
Dang, I think I'm gonna be thinking about that for a while. Because that's confirmation that these things exist and they operate like that, whereas they so close together, they're not airplanes or saucers, because they would crash. They would crash into each other if they was that close and that many of them.
See,
ooh, look at that.
Yep, now you can see it good. It's like dark, and it's got the light around it.
All right, leave it there for a second. Oh my God. Oh, see, so you can tell when you go down and see that other one, you can tell that they're the same type of craft.
Right here, let me see if I can get them in I can't get that one in the same way, but same one. There you go, right there though. Right there.
That's interesting.
I'm trying to
whatever this is, we're looking at something that's highly spiritual. The truth, the physical reality of this is so that it will be a spiritual education when you find out what it is. Like
right. Definitely higher level.
Higher level, yeah.
Definitely
Higher
level.
frequency beings. So how can it be so many high frequency beings? I'm just, you know what, it's healthy to be dumbfounded sometimes. So I'm definitely due one. So I appreciate you bringing that. Sit your dumb ass down, Squid. Because look,
look at these. Hold on, Squid. Look, you see all of these now. They close together. It's a trillion of these ones. You see these little? It's like a little light, and they got a clear like effervescence around them or something. It's a whole bunch of them. If you can see it, I don't know how close you can see it. They here. They all over here. They're here. They're here. They're here. It's these different, and then you see these ones. It's these. This one. These the same. But all these other tiny ones, they all the same. I don't know if you could see that they all the same. Yep.
I think that these are worthy of being submitted to Mr. MBB333's channel.
Who is that?
That is somebody I suggest that you subscribe to, because people be sending him all the weird shit that go on with phenomena dealing with the sky and even weird shit of any type. And if you was like, let's say, send him this picture and give him a date and like a description on what was going on, he'll be like, look at this shit. And he'll show everybody, go through a list of pictures that people send in to him. That's how I saw the deer coming out the damn, you know what I mean? Some of this weird shit I talk on is because these people caught it on camera and they send it to him.
Now look, this is remember the one I was telling you, I said, look, this one looked like some type of ant or a box thing. This is the same thing. I don't know if you could tell. And here's one right here. Here's one right here. Here's one looks like right here as well. Remember the first one, it was like on the tannish page, one of the first ones I was showing you. I said it kind of looked like an ant or alien. You can't really tell what it is. It was when it was first like starting to open up. But yeah, they very like it's square, very squared off.
This is burning into my brain. And so I'm gonna go ahead and be spooky with it and be like, well, you know, it was meant for me to see this so that I could ponder on this in my spare time, because I've never seen such credible, overpowering, overwhelming evidence of these things in broad daylight to such a degree. I am amazed. That's crazy.
That's right. It's crazy, bro.
I wouldn't even know how to document them in a file. Like I wouldn't know if to put them in the sky critter or the UFO. I know they ain't UFOs, but
look at that. Definitely ain't no UFO.
These are spirits.
Some of the other ones was UFOs, but these definitely are
probably.
Yeah.
I'm talking about these things. See, I know that I've seen these in the water. And I still don't know what they is. And so you know what?
Let's see, where's the other one there? Hold on.
Concepts are coming out that water, man. There's a potential. That's the only thing I can offer to it.
I don't know if this. Here goes some double summers. I was looking for something else, but they popped up. I don't remember where everything is in every album, but look, bro, here you go, right here. You see this shit for yourself too. One right here, it was covering it up, and here go the other one, and both of them had the reflectance right here.
Ooh, right. Well, those reflectors don't lie.
No, you can't, Faith. You can't. And look, you see the sky was clear. This be happening to me all the time. The sky be pure blue. Don't be a cloud in the sky, bro. And then once I start, something be like, okay, look, start paying attention or some shit. So I swear, as soon as I look, here come the clouds trying to cover this shit up. This happened every time. Look at this one. This is a good one. Ooh, I love this.
Wow.
Play with it. Come on now.
You got two reflections. You can't fake that shit. You need to, I don't know, you ain't need to do nothing, but goodness gracious.
This another good one. This just the way that it look. This looks like sunglasses. Like it's looking like some sunglasses to me. Look at it. Here go a different one. Look at this. This was a whole nother day. Look. And look at the rainbow in the sky up that be in the sky behind. Like it's
Oh,
like
just
the frequency be bringing so many different colors of
just
the
leave it
space.
there for a second. Leave it there for a second.
Okay. Yes. I love these pictures. To say they floating in the ether. Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness.
This is a beautiful picture. I would love to put this one up on my wall. It's so many of my pictures. I want to try and get them blowed up. I got to find a good source that's got some reasonable prices though. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna blow up some of these, and I'm gonna try to, sell them, like, literally.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yo, that double shit, you can't fake that.
You can't fake that. You can't. You can't.
And you know what? I ain't never really gravitate toward the multiple sun shit. Like, there's some things I gotta leave alone because of the shit that I do study.
Right.
Because I can't do everything. You feel me? So
right.
I'll be pleased to, like, I don't know what that is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen certain things that look like, wow. I still couldn't tell you like how that works for real. I thought that was a mother. Yo, I thought that was a picture of somebody's face.
That's a moon in the clouds. Look at that.
Nah, yo, fuck. Yo, the first thing that came to my mind was, yo, she don't put a monster or she put somebody's face up here. Yo, that's a face. Yo, look at the nose and the cheek.
Yep. It's a whole face, but this is a picture, and this was another picture. The moon was doing something weird. Now, mind you, this particular picture somebody sent me because they know how I be tripping on the picture. They sent me. I was like, "What the hell?" She was like, "Girl, I gotta send you this picture." She was
the
like, "My
moon
homegirl
looked like
sent it to me." Yep. And here go the nose. Here go the other eye. Here go some ears. Here go the chin. Here go the cheeks. Yeah, I see it all.
Wow. Wait. That is kind of freaky. I ain't gonna front to you.
Kind of freaky. I ain't gonna even lie to you. It do look kind of freaky.
Holy shit. I ain't gonna front. My eyes work quick. My eyes digest fast because I'm used to seeing pictures and patterns. Mm-hmm. So I had pulled up a picture of some shit that was in the ocean, and that shit irked me. It slapped me in my face. As soon as I saw it, it offended my soul in a way. Right? Because that's how sometimes quickly my eyes work to my brain. And I'm gonna tell you like that. When you pulled that shit up, I thought that was somebody's face, yo.
Yeah, it do. It looked like a werewolf to me and shit. I'm like, this looks like some type of werewolf.
Shit.
Talking about the moon and the werewolf. Come on now. I said, this a real picture? She said, girl, my friend sent it to me. She was sitting in her backyard and she said the sky was looking weird. She just took the picture and she sent it to me. She said, I had to send it to you because I know how you be about these skies. I'm like, girl, this shit look crazy.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Y'all see that in the chat? Y'all see that in the chat?
Looks like a kitty cat.
Yeah.
Something.
I can watch this stuff. I can watch this stuff, but I ain't going over there. You feel me? Like I can look at it. I ain't trying to go. I'm almost handicapped to where I would not go nowhere. I ain't going outside. I ain't going to the water. I ain't going in the sky. What is that?
That's the moon portal opening up right before your eyes. That shit might sound crazy, but I'd be joking about it, but it's real. This literally, you look at it. What it look like to you? Come on, man.
It looked like an uneven hole.
Man, if I show you some of these, I have to show you some of these other moon pictures, you'll be bugging out for real. This shit is crazy. But yeah, you seen some before of one. But yeah, hold on, let me go. I'm trying to find some good. This one, that was a good one. Here go another dumb one. Look at that. There it go again. There it go again. It looked like it was a third one, but the third one looked like it was like back further or something. And this is kind of the reflection from it. I can't really tell though. But yeah, it looked like three. Look at the sky. Every time the shit be covering it up. It's like, what? Where's these weird? Here we go again. As soon as I start taking the pictures, it start covering it up. Look at, but you can still see it. Can't hide it. They go that reflection. It's that shit. I'm telling you, it's like the nanoparticles be on it. It's like they tuned into my ass. They be watching my ass like, This shit is weird. I'm telling you. I'll be like, yo, this shit crazy. Look, it was another one. I can't remember what was happening here, but the same thing. The clouds just formed like a whole sheet. I was like, what the hell? And it comes so quick. It'd be like, boom. This should be looking like birds shit up there, like man. Let me just keep moving. Go too much. But yeah, it happened all the time. Look at it, just swarm from nowhere. Some weird ass cloud. As soon as I started trying to take the picture, this was the corona sky. Look at look how this here you go again. Look, see, I ain't lying, bro. You see how the clouds just coming out the blue, and you can see back behind here is pure blue sky. What nothing else going on. All of a sudden, it just pops up and covers the shit up. Like what?
Man, you done opened up a whole nother can of worms about whether or not sky particles real life is. You know what I mean? Because that shit sound. Yo, you said it. That shit sound true to me. Goddamn, like yo, for real. Because the clouds coming in covering shit. If you can do that,
that's inorganic. Look at this shit. This ain't no real damn cloud. Look at this shit. Bro, it'd be like sheets of it. I got so many pictures with these weird ass dark white light, fake, flat, and they just be looking so weird. You could just tell. Every time something be going on with that sun, then them clouds will go like boom, boom, boom. And I know because I have my camera. I was like, she got a camera. That's a fake picture. I don't know if it's fake or not. This something I got off somewhere else. Just was so beautiful. But yeah, you're gonna know. Let's see. Look, yeah, just look how it be coming up.
Can you go back to that rainbow? Go back to the rainbow. Can you zoom in on that rainbow?
Yeah, beautiful too, ain't it? Let's see. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
You see that, right?
Look at that.
That right there is the beautiful picture, man.
Oh my goodness.
Portals opened up and the clouds came in, bro. Like
it's yellow, red, purple, green, blue. Wait. Yellow, red, purple.
Pink. It's pink.
Blue, green.
Blue. Yep.
And they repeat.
Yep.
Like a signal that repeats. And they be like they got a signal in space and shit. It's like a repeating signal once it get like bandwidth.
Yep. Ain't that beautiful though, Squid? Like the pictures and stuff, like damn, it's so pretty. There's so many pictures that be looking like, whoa, like I can't even believe I be getting them. I want to do a whole book with some of these damn pictures. I ain't gonna even lie, just because they be so phenomenal. Look at this one. Here we go again. Look, you see it. 1, 2, 1, 2. The clouds was covering up something from the other side. But it was right there. And then it started busting open the corona sun. You see it, the crowning, the purple crowning right here, the corona. I know you see it. I know you see it.
Gosh. Mm-hmm. Well, we can, you can communicate with that too, yeah.
Let me try to zoom in on it for you.
You might need to start talking to the sun.
I do, bro.
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm on it. That's why I'm like, man, I need people tapped in with me, like really tapped in. But look at that picture right there, Squid. That looked beautiful right there too, man.
Mm-hmm.
I swear I wanted to take so many of these pictures. What is the date of these shots? Oh, sis, I have to look in my album. Send me a message or something on this video to remind me to look. I'll look at my album and try to see. Right, that frequency, bro said it too. Yep, that frequency is just like.
So amongst all this beauty and the frequency of beauty, you got all these wicked people trying to make things ugly.
Talk about it. You ain't lying.
You got to go out your way to see this type of glory and then concentrate on hurting people's feelings.
Look at that whole corona right there, bro.
What the fuck is that? Oh my goodness.
The whole corona.
Hold on. Nah, pause.
Oh, I got a
Hold
whole
on
bunch
a
of corona pictures.
Nah,
Oh, man.
hold on a second.
Man.
If you took this picture, then you special.
Look,
because
I took it. I was sitting in my daughter's car. We was going somewhere. It's wintertime. No, wait, I don't even think it was wintertime. It was springtime. And yep, it's Corona Gold. I said, damn, the eye.
That means that it's something about you. It's something about you.
See this orb. This is the orb, whether you know it or not. Right here is the orb. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's something about you, yo. It's something about you. You need to I don't know what you need to do, but I'm just saying it's something about you. Because when you got, you know what I mean? Like you got this type of light around you all the time. And so when you do take pictures,
look, there go my orb.
That's what we see.
Still sitting there, just looking. Look, this shit here, this going on over here. The clouds start forming in again. No, I'm lying. This day they was out, but it wasn't covering the sun. The sun was bright, and then they start moving like to cover stuff. I don't know what was going on at that particular time. But yeah, that was a pretty picture though. Still, I was like, oh, the sun looks beautiful. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back to that one. What was that one? Okay, yeah. Now look at this. This looks crazy to me. I seen this.
When certain people get around them cameras, yeah, yo, that become an extension of their what the
look. What's that? Yo, I be bugging out. My kids be like, "Mom, leave that shit alone." They be like, they know because they be seeing shit too with me, but they be like, "Mom, leave that shit alone." Like,
so when you take the pictures, you don't see them till after you take them.
No, okay.
I'll ask you about this one in particular because it it's nighttime.
This one I did not see anything until after. Sometimes now this particular one I did. At nighttime is easier for some reason. It's easier to see at nighttime. In the daytime, I can see stuff, but I can't see it as clear. But when I take, I just know and I feel it. I can see it with my spiritual eye, so I'll be taking the picture. And then what I don't see, it'll bring all the evidence out in the background after. Like literally, it's like, okay, you gotta take a picture now. Pull over. I don't give a damn what I'm doing. Pull it up. I'll pull over on the damn highway around this bitch. I ain't even playing with you, Squid. When some tell me pull over, take some pictures, that's what I do. So I pull over, I'll get out, and I'll boom, start taking my pictures. Sometimes I see certain things. I don't know exactly what I can see because it'd be so far off in the distance. If I got my telescope, I got a telescope that you can attach to the phone or whatever. If I had that on there, I can see it immediately. I know what I'm looking at. But if I don't have that on there, I don't always see it until after. I just see certain stuff. And then I'll see other stuff that I missed, when I see the picture, basically. Let me see. Let me get to you there, Squid?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, phone went out.
I didn't hear the last thing you said. I had to reach for something.
Okay. No, I was just talking about the pictures, I think. I don't even remember what I said, shit. I'm trying to get to, I want to get to another album. I think, okay, yeah, this one is done. Hold on. I don't know if you see some more of these Corona pictures.
Like, man.
Oh, wait, no, I want you to see the sun, the real sunrise. And they go my orb that be following me every damn where. But yeah, you see this? This is a real golden, pure sun. It don't look shit like that when they get up in the sky. Why? Oh, it's so far away. That's a damn lie. Because when you get on the airplane, it's the same damn distance as the plane is. But either way, people believe that lie if they want to. But look, you can see the real sun and the whole pure energy around it. Look at it. You see it, bro? Hold on, let me go out a little bit. You see it? All that energy.
I see.
So beautiful.
I see.
Damn, it look like a UFO with damn self, don't it?
Right.
There go my orb. Always there smiling. And this is the blue beam. I keep telling people about the blue beam that be putting up the fake ass sun in the daytime. That's why we don't have the golden sun up in the morning. It's only up in the morning and in the evening. Cause see, they're putting this is a blue beam. I got multiple pictures with it where I caught this shit, where it's giving off the false ascension of energy for the sun, so that it can block out a lot of the energy of the sun. That might sound, but I'm telling you what's going on.
No, I don't study blue beam, so I mean, you know what I mean?
Look at it. Look at it. They always tell you about the Project Blue Beam. That's the blue beam, literally. Like,
okay, so is it possible that the ancestors made the sun and they hate that shit?
Yeah, because it gets rid of what's not natural, and that's the problem that they have, and that's why they're trying to make more and more GMO stuff and put it on us. Look, this is a real good picture of it right here. You can see it's like it almost looks like a weapon and shit. You don't see it? I don't know if you can see it, but
I see it.
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
Yeah, there you go. Zoom in on that. Oh, damn. Yeah. What that look like? That looks like a damn bow and arrow.
Come on, bro. Tell me that shit don't look like a bow and arrow. Stop playing with me. I ain't crazy. Bro said I like Sky Talk. Yes, bro. I got so many Sky Talk pictures. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. Y'all be tired of me.
That is fine.
Yep. Love it. Craziness. Oh,
that is highly interesting. All right, so you see the 2 points of the end of the bow. You got the one in the middle, and then you got the other two sides of it.
Yeah, you see it right here, Yeah.
1 point, 2.3.
And then and then you can see the ball. Look, you see the ball right here. Then you see this part where it's coming out, and then this puts all the energy, and that's putting the focus. Boom, there you go, and that's the reflection of it right there. Boom, boom, boom. Da 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 da. Like what? Ain't shit else to say. This shit's so real. People be playing with what's really real around here. We need to be really understanding what's going on around here. Like, seriously, like, I'm not joking around or trying to act like I know something that I don't damn know. I don't talk on shit unless I know what I be talking about. And I think people think I just be wanting to, run my mouth or something. I don't know. I just want my people to be aware and know what's going on, because I do have things that be tapping me into certain information. I don't know why or how. The shit just happens.
Well, you definitely going to inspire people. If you make that a regular thing, maybe even a channel. That sounds like a very catchy name. Sky Talk.
Look at this. This is an orb I seen. I was like, what is that? So I was like looking, and I was like, let me see. I couldn't see it clear, and the camera barely got it, but it's some type of. It was something. It looks different on the camera than what I thought I saw, but. Yeah, it's something. It was something weird. But,
hold up.
You said hold up?
No, good.
Okay. Oh, there go the thing even doing something with the moon. Now this one was like, I was like, what the hell? I didn't even notice it at first. Then I zoomed in on it, took a screenshot and zoomed in again. And I was like, what the heck is that? Wait, let me go back a little bit. What is that? More of the blue beam shit, and it's the same thing, but it looks a little different because it's dark. You can't see the other part, but this is that round part. You see it?
Yeah,
and
I see it.
And now look at the moon, and look at the moon's this little. I don't know what the hell it was, but
okay. Excuse me. So remember, I told you I found a pyramid in Nigeria. The only picture from that perspective. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it there because I'm talking about. This picture is going to so the only perspective of this pyramid that's interesting is the fact that it's taken head on, whereas the person is standing in front of it, and it's not like the pyramid of Giza. It's a little smaller than that, but the person that's taking the picture is in front of it, and you can see the energy because it's a black and white photo. I think you can see the energy
coming from it.
Yeah, on the edge of the pyramid.
You can't pull it up?
Yeah, I could pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up, bro. I want to see it.
Okay. All right. So I guess that means that it's destiny for me to actually tell you what I saw in that motherfucker there.
Oh, what you see? What you see?
Man, listen.
Hold on, let me.
So the thing is with that picture that you just had up, go back to it real quick.
Oh, oh, damn! Which album was that in? This one, I think. Yeah.
So it's because look, their angle is like straight up, almost straight up to where you're looking at it from the behind view, and maybe that's why you see the moon that way, because you're kind of looking at it from the perspective of that thing.
And you see the energy all around.
And it's you're looking at it in its light.
That looks like plasma. That's it don't look like. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost 100% sure that's plasma. You see the gray, all this that's around it right here. All that is plasma. This is plasma. All that's plasma.
Okay, I got to send it to my other computer real quick. And so what I found in this is a goddamn spaceship. And man.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Yeah, it's special.
You got me on here now. Look, we've been on here 4.5 hours. I don't even do no 4.5 hour build. But I'm on this channel. It's low key. It's it's chill. I feel comfortable to just shoot the shit. Glad you came up here. I appreciate you joining me. And entertaining my thoughts. And pulling some shit out of you. It's appreciated.
Salutes. I'm glad you went live and let me up, yo. For real, it's great to reconnect with you.
Yeah, definitely. Indeed. See, sis said that's indeed plasma. Yes, baby, we see it. Look, we see it. We already be knowing.
Wait, did they lock me out, my motherfucking? I'll do that shit later, man.
Let's see, that's the problem with Squid. Squid be doing so many builds, he don't hardly come and get on other people's panel like that. So
I know.
But I know you done jumped up a couple of times before, but yeah. But I don't always.
I've been going through a little something lately where I just went real hard for some months, and I ain't going front, sister. So it's an energy concept where, it's like being stuck. Like having one of them rat traps stick to you can't get it out, man. That shit, you're in trouble. It's something like that, but not as negative. So look, let me go ahead and send this email to me so I can get it on the other computer.
Okay.
And you gonna see something.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm finna show y'all some other pictures. Hold on. I can go back to this one in a second too, bro. So, but I want y'all to see some other pictures before we get off into what Squid finna see, because I want to see this shit here. But yeah, check these out. I'm gonna show y'all some pictures. Now these pictures I took. Some of these are from an eclipse that was in New York. Don't look in the sky, all that other shit, whatever. I believe these are some eclipse pictures, but either way, and some of them, most of them are from California. When I say California got some beautiful sky, oh my gosh, I can't wait to go back visiting there again. I love California. This was a picture I think was from the eclipse. If not, it just looks like it, but let me see, because it's my backyard. Was this Cali? This reminds me of the Cali pics. I think this was Cali. Was it? I could be mistaken. Damn. Okay, no, I don't think this is California pictures. Damn, I thought this was. But either way, here go more pictures. This was crazy right here. This man, some of these pictures, I don't think are the ones. Damn, this ain't the one I thought it was. I thought this was a different album. Hold on, let me see. These look crazy. Now watch these. Watch this, y'all. Look at this. That looked like an angel and wings and a bird, and don't it? All of that. Just don't it? That look crazy.
Yeah, that's nice.
right? It's like I was getting ready to go. This was yeah, this is why the California pictures. Okay, I was getting ready to go to Cali, right? And I was checking out the sky, and I started seeing this. I said, "Oh, okay, there go my ancestors telling me, I'm gonna have a safe trip." I was nervous. I don't really like planes like that, but I got on a couple of times, and I was like, "Oh, I want to get on the damn plane," but even still, yeah, beautiful. It was like something that gave me a calm. But yeah, these some pictures I took there. But look at this. This look crazy. I don't know what was going on. It just looked so for real. I'm like, wow, it's pretty. And now this is the sky. Look at this sky. Look at this sky. It looks like an eye, literally an eye in the sky. Hold on a second. My daughter at the door. You got your key. Where's your key at, baby? I think I was going to back. Okay. So either way. So yeah, don't that look like an eye almost in the sky, Squid? So pretty. That California. You did you found the email, Squid? He said hold on, maybe he said hold on. But y'all look at this. This is so pretty. California sky pretty. Look just like water. Tell me it don't look like water in the sky. Look at this. Tell me it don't look like water in the sky. Crazy. So pretty. So beautiful. Okay, this was on the way to New York, I think. This is crazy. Okay, you got the picture, Squid?
Yeah, I'm downloading it now.
Okay, you got to download it. But yeah, look
Yeah,
at this.
from my email.
Okay. And let me know when you're ready to share. Let me know. I could have turned these Sky Talk pictures off.
So I can't find the original. I only got the one that I increased, and only increased the contrast. It's a black and white photo, so I can't change colors on it. No shit. What I did was it looked like just a. Hold on. It looked like just a cloud, but then I decreased the brightness and increased the contrast, and I brought forth something that I think is present. It's only seen because the energy off the pyramid itself. And so let me just make sure that I download it properly. Okay, we in the building. Let's go ahead and close this stuff up. Okay.
It's pulling it up, or you said is it sharing? Because I don't see it.
No, I'm sharing it right now.
Okay, let me look. Okay. There we go. This is something looks like it had horns. Oh, that picture. Yeah, it is this.
That shit taking too long. Hold on, let's do it again.
It's coming. It's up now. I see it.
Oh, you saw it? Because I ain't see nothing.
Yeah, it was just showing.
This computer is slow, evidently. Sorry.
It'd be doing that. You probably got too much stuff up.
Okay. I'm sorry. Give me 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Because I might have tried to cheat the system real quick, and they wouldn't. Maybe less than 2.5 minutes. Because now I look like I'm doing something.
Okay, I'm gonna see. Let me put some more pictures up real quick, just to show y'all. While we waiting for the downloads, we'll get some pictures up. Let's see. Okay, y'all know I got lots of pics. This is pretty. I don't know why it looked like something writing on something. I don't know what. But just a gray and white sky was looking crazy. Some of these I think are just basic pictures. This is the same thing, that picture with the sun, then the gray skies. Looked real crazy, kind of creepy. Portal sun. I like this picture for some reason, with that coming through there.
Should get on my motherfucking nerves.
Taking too long.
Yeah, yo, like I've been doing all type of shit on this computer today with no problems.
Oh, this same pictures is in here.
Man, I'm gonna send it to your email. How about that?
Okay. Wait, let me show y'all this. This was a weird picture to me. This looks so like a fake ass Egypt too. I don't know exactly where I was at this time, but look at this. It looks so this is somewhere near California, but this looks crazy. I'm like, where was I? I wish I should have took or checked the coordinates. I wonder if I could do that on the picture actually. But yeah, y'all see that? Don't this look weird, Squid? Where is this? Like, what area would look like this? It looked like where they took some fake pictures of the moon or some shit. That's what it looked like to me for some reason. I'm like, oh, this looks like where they took some pictures of the fake ass moon.
Well, that's out of an airplane.
Yeah, I was on a plane. I was on the airplane, and I was flying over this, and I'm looking down. I'm looking like, what the hell is that? I'm like, why do that look like that? Oh, I got some weird pictures from the airplane. Oh man. Yeah, some other pictures that's crazy too. But yeah, look, this looks so weird to me. I was like, what the hell is this? Why does it look like this? Is it something that was flooded out? Was this the area where there was some type of a lake maybe or something, and they moved it? Is something going on? It just looks really strange to me. It don't look natural. Let's just say that. Not the way that it's looking. Something's going on with that.
Are we in the building?
You ready? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Let's go. Okay.
How can I get this shit done? Get this stuff done.
Let me get to the okay, there we go.
This shit embarrassing me, yo. Like, what the fuck? I just like, what's going on? Now it's doing something else because I just want to get them dumbass pictures off my line. Like, I don't know what the fuck is that.
I'm done.
Like, this must be some shit I've been trying to. Oh yeah, this is some shit I was trying to do little videos with. I needed little extras and shit in that motherfucker because I ain't got no actors. So No, this is look. This is the shit. No motherfucking high pricey ass channels be doing, talking. They be narrating and shit. And they got a little person there and shit. I was gonna get Becky on that bitch. You feel me? Like, hold on, I want to look at Becky. Go ahead, get it, Becky. We talking about UFOs out this bitch. You feel me? I'm gonna put her in the video. Look at that. That's that free content. All right, let me stop playing, man. Here it is.
It's a weird and odd looking.
I appreciate you, Hodge. Salutes to the chat. This is Nigeria pyramid, one of many. And that this cloud in the back, which looked like a cloud in the original picture, but I was analyzed. I ignored the motherfucking everything, right? And then I was analyzing this energy on the edge. And then I realized that because of the picture's angle, the camera is taking a picture of what the energy can see. Just like that picture where the moon was blue. Because the angle was where you was right lined up with it. And so here is a giant ship in the background. And you know, aircraft carriers are shaped just like this. They got spaceships that's shaped like this. And the artwork, when I Googled and I found something look just like this. And guess what? I also found a UFO picture of one of these things, but you could see it. And so that's it looked fake because I got it all dark. But originally it was like a faint cloud.
Damn, I'm trying now. You got me wanting to look. I'm looking for a picture I got where it was looking just like that, but it was a bunch of them, and you could see they was all shipped. They was the same size, everything. It was a whole bunch of them in the sky one day. I was like, wow, that shit crazy. I'm trying to see if I see which album it's in now. But keep talking. I'm just looking while you were saying that, because I was tripping out. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
So this part right here, this is like the needle end point. This right here breaks the time-space bubble, like it pierces into wherever it goes, like a spear. Right? So you know how when jets break the speed of sound, they got this cloud that's around them because they is going through the air so fast. And it just makes sense that that's what this is. And so it further backs up the fact that this is a thing. And you know, when I go back live on my channel, I'm gonna redo this and I'm gonna make it like the star of one of these shows that I do, because it's a phenomenal piece of evidence. Look, if this was a cloud, you wouldn't have these straight right angles. Like, that's not how clouds are shaped. You know what I'm saying? And so these people, I assume that they is oblivious to that. But this is in the air.
The energy. The air warship. It's called a leviation, brother said.
An air warship. Who can they be warring? You know what I mean? It's so I can't say it's out of this world. It's totally a terrestrial enigma, you know, that something could be right above. And I don't know if this is camouflaged or if this is like just an interdimensional. I ain't gonna front. You know how I was talking to you earlier. I ain't gonna lie about my ignorance on this. This is one of those times where this is a manifestation. where it was meant for this to be seen by who sees it.
Right.
And so in the vision that I had about it, the thought was, what was the chances that this was going to be manifested so it could be seen? In the vision, I was understanding what it was, what was going on. And this got everything to do, I think, with time travel, with interdimensional shit, something like, I can't remember too well because it was a vision, like a dream. But I do remember that I had a sense of doubt about whether or not we would even be able to recoup on this image. Like, you know, like this would be seen, but I'm sure that this is something that's been manifest so that we see it. You know what I mean? So I think they're good guys. There was nothing malevolent about it. Our ancestors left is some stories you've heard, right? That when people came up over here, you know, we think that, you know, they took shit over. They took shit over. I think that they occupied a place because people left it. You hear Native Americans say that their ancestors left. The Aztecs say that, or the Mayans left. And I remember hearing these stories early in my journey as a researcher, and so far long ago that they was like myths and stories. You feel me? And I haven't heard them joints repeated. I haven't heard many people go over about how the people that were supposedly here were left behind. You know, it's interesting. Huh. It looks to me, it looked like somebody can be like, man, that's fake. Wait till I'm gonna get the original joint, put it right next to the Zeppelin. Well, it's a ship for sure. A hardcore ship. I don't know how. Well, now I can't say I don't know how. I mean, man, it's weird. Let me try to explain one more time what I'm trying to say. When I came across this video called Another Dimension Caught on Camera, that's the title. You can go on YouTube and find it. Another Dimension Caught on Camera. A man takes a phone and records the video images off a security camera. And on that security camera is the backyard or where woods and trees is at, and a light forms across the way in which it looks like a spider web. And then after that forms relates together, little things that look like spiders start to run around on it, and then they start to come together looking like static, making bigger forms of dark matter that look like humanoids sometimes. So I
said interesting.
It changed my life, Sister Soul, because I studied that thing for a good while on the big screen, and I smoked a blunt or two looking at it, rewinding it.
Pull it up on YouTube.
Okay. And so during that, right, I noticed that the shadow being looked right into the camera. And I later realized that it was a direct message from the mother spider herself, because when you look at a shadow being through a video footage, that shit ain't got no difference from a live stream, because as soon as your eyes connect to it, the reality is finicky. So we could show you a video of someone dunking a basketball into a hoop. But if it's a shadow being, the shadow being will be looking right at your ass live through that fucking imagery. It's weird. Yeah, I think that shit's still weird. Let's go find it then. I can pull it up. I know exactly where to go to. Let's see.
Yeah, pull that shit up.
Let's go with Another. And so when I saw this, I was convinced about the workings of static and light and darkness, shadow people and beings, and their interaction with cameras. No. Let's do this code on tape. Oh, they must have buried this shit in a pile of bullshit. It used to pop right up at the top. I took stills of it. I'll see if I can find it. But the stills ain't better than the.
They'll take down certain videos. They don't want people to see.
I knew I should have motherfucking copied that shit. Hold on, I'm not gonna give up yet. It was like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So.
Yeah, they may have took that down.
Oh so man,
it'll be too much of reality for people. I did a live part 1 and 2 on the experimental program through the CIA that we are the gods, that we can time travel, walk through walls, all that shit, just by meditating to a certain frequency. It all goes down to the frequency and the density with your true self. They did experiments on the shit.
Look at this shit. Why is that a spider?
Where?
When it says another dimension. Look at that.
That's not the
one. No, it's not. Oh, they're probably talking about Spider-Verse. Oh, okay. Because it's a spider. At the end of the video, a spider leg come across the web and the shit disappear. It sounds ridiculous me just telling it to you. I can't. Shit, wow. I don't know how else I could word it. It used to be really simple. Another dimension, caught on camera, caught on tape, caught on video. Let's try video. If I can't see it here. Caught. What the fuck is that? People be tripping with this bullshit AI. What the fuck is that? That shit ain't real. Yeah, they be blind. No. 20 seconds. What is that? Mermaids or Aliens, the official documentary 7 months ago.
Lord.
Ew, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, that shit. Hold on. I'm seeing some other shit, man.
Let's take a quick break. Look, I'm finna take a quick break to share something while you looking for that. Keep looking. Hold on. Stop.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Yeah, because this quick. Let me see. Okay. All right. Yeah. There it is. Is this the right window? I hope it is. I got too many windows up. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's it. Is it showing? Why it ain't showing? No, this ain't the right window. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm about to get this one more try. Is this it? No. Window, the media player. That's the media player. Why it ain't showing? You don't want to show y'all. Oh, well. Maybe not. Let me see. Trying to find the button. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Okay. Oh, there it go. Is the volume up? No, the volume.
No time and no jumping. Well, I guess it's no production.
They rapping. Hey. We're getting it. Hey, look at them. Look how James Brown was doing something. Tell me they wasn't getting it in. They thought James Brown was doing something. They was doing it way before James Brown and them came around. You still looking, bro?
I think they took it off.
Oh wow.
I was scrolling down the whole time. It used to pop right up. That's kind of fucked up in a way because I went back to it a couple of times throughout these years to show it, and it looks like I might be the only one with it now on one of those videos I've done. Hey, so that kind of gives, I mean, I already believed it. Now it's just like I can't share it with you, and I thought that would be really cool to share it with you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So
explain what happened in the video real quick.
Okay, so this guy, it starts off with this guy taking his phone, evidently what he was using his camera for, and he zoomed in on the security screen, like like how they be in the hotel lobby and looking at the security monitors.
Yeah.
And so he zoomed in on one of these monitors, and at first it don't look like nothing. It looked like a backyard with some trees and shit. And then these lights, these little, it's kind of in black and white, but it's not. It's just so dark, but it's lit at the same time. It's weird, but these lights started to spread across the screen, right? Just a light, like a blur. It looked like a you know how you be seeing the things with the sun and shit. It looked like a grouping of rays, and it's still, it's not moving, but it's starting to stretch. And as it stretched, it stretched across these trees, and it formed what looked like a spider web. And once that was finished forming, and it's light, it's like white light, right? Once that finished forming, this little fucking spider start running around. Now, first of all, when you look at the web itself, it looked like it's static. And the black part of a static, you can see them moving around like little spiders. And then a bigger spider starts to run around on the web, while these little black statics, this is what I call them. It's just like a static TV, but the black one, the black part of it start to clump together. And so when these when the black parts of the static clump together, they make what look like a form, and then it breaks apart just as quickly as it came together. And then eventually it makes this form which looks like a creature. So it's like all these little black pieces is independently alive looking, and then they come together and make a, but the body can fall apart. It fall apart periodically in the video, and at first it looked like it's a body, and then it moved, and then the darkness started to go in different places, and it spread out and disappeared again. Then it took even a more solid form and moved, and it moved across this web or whatever, right? And so I analyzed, like I said, I analyzed this shit over and over. And so some part of the film, you see a shadow being stand upright from a bowing position. You know how the Japanese people bow?
Right.
So let's say that instead of seeing a person bow, they're already in the bowing position, right? And so how they appear on the camera is that they lift up and straighten up. And then it takes this human form, but it's a shadow being. It's crazy because it's not crazy, but this is what happens, right? After all of this weird stuff goes on, there's still this one big ass tarantula sized spider running back and forth into these little holes in the web. And then it looked like it packed, it looked like when it was time to leave, that all the little shadow being shit started to go away. And then along in the far right corner, a long ass spider leg graces over the top corner of it, and it was been watching the whole time. I still thinking about it. Like when I first saw it, you don't see no giant spider behind the web at all, but toward the end of it, you see this long ass leg sweep down across the web, and then within maybe 4-5 seconds, the web disappears, like it interdimensionally traveled, like those spider pushed the button to go. And so I believe that was a communication from the mother spider, or darkness, the intelligence from which all existence came from, like the darkness. So that it could be seen. That's why I be saying the shit that I be saying about whether or not something is meant for you to see it, because to me, that was like a message to people who can understand what they're looking at. And when I analyzed it, and I started to take screenshots and highlight or like lighten up the screen so I could see, you could see a face on one of them shadow beings, and is looking right into the camera. That's when I become hip to the fact that spirits, ghosts, demons, or whatever, they know when something's recording them.
Right.
Right. They know when there's a camera around. And they utilize that knowledge to relay a message of, because they knew the camera was recording the whole time in the first place. And so what got weird is the fact that now I felt like that shit was looking right at me for real. You feel me? So I'm like, oh, respect to the spider. Because it's, you know, because this is a tape. This is a video footage, right? But it was like, that didn't matter when it came to the spider beings, because when it come to them pixels in the screen, the way darkness and light operate is that it was still somewhat interactive. You know, isn't that wild? So that changed the way I looked at things since then. And I swear I still was scrolling down the whole time we're telling that story, and I still don't see it. Lord, I apologize, man, but wow, what a great revelation in the first place to know that shit was even taken down. But sorry I couldn't share that with y'all. But check this out, Sister Soul. Lucky enough, I took still shots of pretty much a frame of that video. So I got like maybe 10, 12 still pictures of different parts of that video happening. Right? So we can go over that shit one day. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Definitely. But what a great
bro,
bill.
I'm sitting here getting tired of tech. I'm like, oh Lord, I done went a long time over here, but yeah, I'm getting about tired. But I'm finna get ready to get up. Thanks so much for joining me. I know you used to do an
be
hour.
safe, be blessed. Yeah, nah. Nope. Not no more. Not no more. I done broke that spell. So now I'm back to a regular human being and shit. Now I'm tired too. Shit.
I know that's right. All
but
right,
I
brother.
appreciate you. What a great thing. Be safe, be blessed, Queen. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, catch me over here, brother. I'll be over here just for the next couple of days. At least get some info out, which is good. You know, it's nice and chill. And then, you know, when I do my channel, I can like pull up anything that, you know, certain things I want to show or whatever from these videos. So I'm gonna do that.
All right, bet.
But yeah.
All right, Queen. Peace. Peace to the chat. Peace to you.
To you, bro. Good soaring. Everybody have a good flight tonight. Y'all get out there and grab some info, grab some resources, bring that shit back with you and use them for tomorrow. Peace, love, and bliss, y'all. I am out. Y'all have a great one. And I'm out.